Charles Haley. You're listening to Nothing But Niners.
This is Kyle Juszczyk, and you're listening to Nothing But Niners.
So now they've got to start from deep in their end of the field, and Garrison Hurst takes advantage of it. He takes the handoff, swings to his right, gets to the 20. He's in the 30. Needs to cut in. He comes back up the right sideline. Breaks the third tackle. Comes down to the 30. He's down to the 20. He's down to the 10. He's down to the 5. He's into the end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown 49ers. 96-yard run from scrimmage. Garrison Hurst breaking tackle after tackle. Swings down the sideline. Throws off bodies like clothes after a marathon.
Young, back to throw. In trouble, he's going to be sacked. No, gets away. He runs, gets away again, goes to the 40, gets away again, to the 35, cuts back at the 30, to the 20, the 50, the 10. He died. Touchdown, 49ers.
Third down, Alex takes the snap. Alex looking down in post, and it's good. Touchdown! Touchdown 49ers!
It is second down. Ryan takes the snap, throws the slant to the left side. It's Russell, intercepted! The 49ers pick it, and Navarro Bowman is redemption! Navarro Bowman running it all the way for the touchdown! No greater redemption!
San Francisco 49ers, we can do whatever we want.
Click, click, boom. What's going on, faithfuls? It's your boy Mike from the Nothing But Niners crew. And guys, we are here to bring you guys the Overreaction show. I thought that the Niners were going to be getting to the podium a little bit later, but lo and behold, they are getting ready to rock out. So there's the feed there. Excuse me. We will go live when Kyle Shanahan takes over at the podium. But he's not there yet, so we'll keep it in this screen here. Guys, man, the San Francisco 49ers sit atop the NFC West after victories by themselves. The Seattle Seahawks, with the win in overtime today, said we're not going down without a fight. But it is what it is. It's all for naught, and the Niners sit atop the NFC West, guys, in lone position, pole position, guys. 2-0 on the season. This was a very, very interesting game. I want to say, yeah, Steve Fox, don't worry. We're going to do the victory shots. You know what, man? You know what, Steve Fox? You make a good point. Let's get the victory shots going. You know what? I'm going to post the link in here for you guys to join. How about that? If you guys want to do victory shots on camera with me, let's go. Here's the difference, though. This time, we're not going to do comments because I want to be able to do the pressers live. So the link is in the video right now, guys. Click the link, join for the victory shots. We'll get you guys on here. We'll take a victory shot together. Then we'll do the pressers. Following the pressers, we will open up the phone lines for everybody to call in and say how they're really feeling. Now, come on, guys. We got to get this thing rolling here because the Niners are going to be up there very, very soon. So let's go ahead and get this rolling. Victory shot time, man. You guys let us know. Click that link, get in here in the chat. Let's get some victory shots going, man. I'm excited. If you guys have never been here before, we want to thank you all for checking out the show. If you enjoy the show, please hit that like button, subscribe, turn on those notifications so you know exactly when we are going live. We had a really, really fun time over on the Patreon tonight. The Niners, man. Woo, woo, woo. What a win, what a win, what a win. The replay is already available. If you guys have NFL Plus, you can go back and watch the game already. The Niners go into halftime 17-17, and they damn near pitch a shutout in the second half. They damn near pitch a shutout, almost, if not for that garbage time field goal. That was the Rams, by the way. If you guys bet the over, the Rams screwed you all on that. The Rams went out there, they kicked the field goal. The last over I saw was at 7.5. The Niners get the 7-point victory. So shout out to Vegas for knowing exactly where to lay the lines. Daniel is in there, but I don't see your camera. So Daniel, turn your camera on, man. Let's get these victory shots going, bro. All right. The link is in the chat, guys. Come on. Let's get these victory shots going. Where's my man Steve at? Uh-oh. Daniel left. Come on. Steve, where you at? Come on, Steve. You working tonight? What's up? I see Big Vern in the building, getting ready for the shot. I see you over there. Oh, I like the shirt, Vern. I like the shirt. I know they can't see you, but I can see you, baby. Get that victory shot ready. I'll wait till you got your angle right. Don't worry. Don't rush. I'll get you in here when the time is right. I'm going to wait for a couple more people to get in here. Uh-oh. You know what, guys? The victory shots are officially going to have to wait. Don't rush back, guys. Kyle Shanahan is at the podium. I'll run it back so we can hear exactly what Kyle Shanahan has to say. He is already at the podium, so let's get the post-game pressers going here. Kyle Shanahan's at the podium. Let's see what he has to say. Here we go. All right. And then after the pressers,
injuries from the game. Embry Thomas, he had a knee. He was in and out after that. Demo cleared his head injury. And Ayuk was in and out with the left shoulder. Go ahead.
Any indication that shoulder injury is serious?
I wouldn't think so. I mean, I know he was hurting a little bit, but he was able to play through it. So I think he'll be all right.
Just want to remind you guys, we are not doing victory shots until after the pressers now. If you guys can get in here after Shanahan, if there's enough of you down there, if I got 3 or more after Shanahan, then we'll bring them in real quick because the players usually take a little bit of time.
3 phases. I think what sealed it and allowed us to separate ourselves was the 2 turnovers we got. One Demo, awesome job jumping that. And then Isaiah on the other with the tip. And then we didn't turn it over on O. I missed a couple that we had a chance on to get that score going. So we weren't perfect in that way, but I was just pumped the way we finished. Getting those turnovers was huge, and especially that 4th and 1 with Isaiah there towards the end of the game, being able to stop them in that run to get the ball back to work the clock a little bit.
I see 3 people for the victory shot, so immediately following Kyle Shanahan, we'll be doing the victory shots.
I thought they were all tough ones. I think the Ayuk one was probably his toughest one because it was just his number 1 read, and it just sailed a little bit. The one with Debo, he went all the way across the board in a really tough read, and you'd love him to hit it, but he did miss it. And the one to Jennings, that one didn't bother me much. We're a little surprised the ball was going there, and everyone else was covered, and he just tried to make a play. But the main thing he did today was protect the ball. Besides those 3 misses, which none of them were easy, but he took care of the football, didn't give them a chance to touch it. And when he was under duress, he was smart. That was huge. We hadn't stopped him yet. They've been controlling it well. We had that one miss when we got right in there on the fringe and missed the one to BA. And then I think we got sacked on the next one where we had a chance at Debo. Then they controlled it and scored. And especially with them getting the ball in the 3rd quarter, I thought it was huge. We got a couple big plays. At first, you're hoping to get a field goal, but we got a bunch of big plays and got down there. And to be able to finish it with 1 second with a sneak was big for us going in with them starting. We were so close. Also, they were scoring a lot of points. It looked like we needed points at the time, and we also believed we could do it.
Victory shots immediately following, guys. Get in here. Get in here.
I expect a little bit more pass rush, kind of what we saw towards the end of the game. I thought we got it going well there. I also thought Stafford did a pretty good job getting rid of it. We were in some zone coverages, and he kind of picked that apart. Similar to what he did last week at Seattle. So he's had 2 really good games, and we got to tighten it up. What do you see from Big Bosa in particular? Is he all the way back game shape yet? I don't know. I'll see when I study the film, but I saw him make a number of plays there at the end, I thought.
There's my man, Terradome. Get your ass in here, Terradome.
But I'll see when I study the tape. No, we didn't talk about any of that. Just... halftime, there's not much time because I'm doing some stuff with the offense, but it's something I'm always on the headsets discussing through the whole game. Usually each series there's a couple here and there, and we don't need to come into the locker room to talk. Usually the locker room's such a rush, and they got to go cover so much stuff with their players that all that stuff's usually said before we get in there. Was that a conversation that veteran style of was a little bit more getting off his rhythm? Not that specifically. There's a lot of conversation, but I thought Steve did a good job mixing it up. Especially there at the end, being aggressive. I just thought we were struggling in our zones a little bit versus the quarterback. I've gotten used to it with him. It was the look we wanted, which usually means you're going to get about 6 yards, and it was it's kind of a 1st and 10 run basically, even though it's a quick pass. But then Debo has a knack for getting a lot more than most people after that.
Is that supposed to be a forward pass or lateral?
I mean, when you're under center, it's usually a forward pass. Depends how much he bubbles, but we should back up enough to where it counted as a pass. Did it count as a pass? It did count as a run? All right. Powder run stats.
If we look at the rosters, your roster, Rams roster, looks like the talent, there's a huge talent disparity, but obviously there's also familiarity. Did you have to expect this kind of game?
Oh yeah, we definitely did. We watched the film from last week, and that quarterback's still just as good as he's always been, and so is Aaron Donald. And like we saw last week, they're coached very well. They got 2 good schemes, and I know they've changed some players from the past, but there's still some Hall of Famers out there who are playing at a high level.
Speaking of Donald, no tackles, 1 quarterback hurry. What do you guys do to identify him?
We just commit everything to him, because if you don't, he wrecks everything. And I didn't realize it was like that on the stat sheet, but definitely didn't feel like that. I thought he defeated a number of blocks today. We were just able to get rid of it before he got there, and able to run away from him.
Was that looking at the tape, was Isaiah Oliver's performance today perhaps a little bit more indicative of what you guys can see?
Yeah, I thought he was a stud today. I mean, just I got to watch the whole tape to get through all of it, but I know he made some huge plays. He drove them on an out of bounds route when we were in quarters, which was good. The 4th and 1 was huge, because it's a Tampa 2 look, which he's walked on the slot, and that's a far away from the B gap, and he didn't hesitate, had a big time tackle, and then him getting the pick. So especially with some of our DBs getting banged up throughout the game, those guys had to step it up because they were kind of all over the place, and he did a great job at that. Sorry, what's that?
2 weeks in a row now, you put up 30. Looks like you got some plays on the field. When you think about that, what is the potential of this offense?
I mean, it's high, but I feel that way kind of every year. We're extremely irritated when we don't score, and we were today, but been like that for like 20 years. It's always frustrating. So you expect to score. That's how you try to attack. That's what our players expect, and we got a bunch of guys who can make plays, and that we had some bad penalties there at the end. Missed a couple explosives, but we got a long way to go. I thought we did last week too. Hopefully we got a little bit better this week, and that'll continue throughout the year.
Especially just run and have that flexibility the way he's looking to have as far as
I mean, I just think it all started with Stafford. I mean, just him getting so hot there at the beginning, and especially the way they came out on that opening drive, kind of attacking our zones and looking pretty effortless at it. And once you do that and you got to adjust, then it gets a little bit harder with the run game too. So he did a good job keeping us off balanced. And I thought once we tightened it up a little bit in the second half, things started to go better. Not totally, because the game's almost over either way there. They could have tried for a Hail Mary, or you never know, 4 seconds it should end. But we felt pretty good with 4 seconds that for some reason they could kick a fastball and have 1 second and run out on the onside kick. So we felt pretty good there. It was kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't from their perspective. Yes. Yep. Yeah, it was pretty cool. What's that? Same thing as in the week before. I mean, most of our stuff was in zones, and if you don't get to that quarterback, those zones will break down, and he diced us up in that way. Thought we tightened it up and got better there in the second half. Not to take anything away from those 2 players. I thought they did a real good job, just like they did last week. But that's my hats off to both of them and the quarterback.
Seems like down the road, he's targeted every play. It's every other play. He makes a play on 3rd down, they come back and 4th down. Next series, he has an interception, saves the games. About how difficult it is to play that.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can't play cornerback by yourself. You need 10 guys out there to help you. You need a pass rush. You need to mix up coverages. When you go against some of the better quarterbacks in this league, it's kind of always like that, especially, when they have wideouts out there. But it always starts there with the quarterback. And I thought Demo from I thought he was one of our better players today. I mean, just the way he showed up at the end. I know we gave up a number of completions, but he was the one, to me, being the most aggressive there in man. He got that huge pick at the end by undercutting him, and he played real physical in the run game too. At the end of the second quarter, well, yeah, just when you get to that situation, the time, if you run it in and you get stopped, we didn't have any timeouts, so running the ball is only an option if you know you're going to score. That's why the other plays, we try to do them as fast as possible. And that's why you tell Brock, if it's not there, try to throw it away as fast as you can. One was almost too high, so I was scared that they're going to run one more second off. But yeah, when you get to the last play, then anything's open, because after that play, it is going to be over. So that's the only time that really everything's on the table. All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, that's going to do it for Kyle Shanahan. I'm going to bring you guys in for these victory shots. I told you guys if we got 3 or more, we were going to do this here. Mike said that he needs to do 2 because he missed last week, but it's okay, man. We didn't bring anybody on last week. Fellas, you can take yourselves off of mute. Let's go ahead and get this thing going here, man. I hope you guys enjoyed the game. I told you guys it was going to be a close one. It was a little closer than what I thought. I thought the Niners would take it by 2, but a win is a win, a dub is a dub, and we sit atop the NFC West, guys. Let's take this victory shot here for everybody out there at home, man. Let's see what we got, guys. All right, there we go. Cheers.
Cheers.
All right, what we're gonna do now, I'm gonna bring you guys in one by one. Big Vern, man, you're in the building, man. Thoughts on the game?
Yeah, it was actually a little tougher than I thought it was going to be, but the defense kind of bent a little bit at the beginning, and the Rams started to control it by passing. So I was pretty surprised by that. And but the defense showed up in the second half, really didn't allow them to score, got some picks, and turned the ball over. It's like Stafford's always going to give you a few. So all in all, I thought it was pretty good. Brock missed a few on them deep balls, but he was pretty good. He was pretty good as far as the underneath stuff, but man, just a little more air on them deep balls, and we would have had some home runs. So,
I mean, the 2 of them were overthrows. I don't know if he got anxious, if he got wide-eyed on them or what, but that's something that we're definitely going to talk about later on in the show. I don't want to spoil any of my hot takes, but that is definitely one of them there. And people were saying that Denver was done and they were down and out, but if I'm not mistaken, Denver tied that game up. So this is a great weekend for NFL football. Shout out to the Niners, man. Shout out to you guys, man. Vern, man, I appreciate everything that you said. You don't have to leave right now. I'm going to pop Mike up here. And no, actually, I'm going to pop Steve up. I believe Steve was in here next. And then we'll hear from my man, Big Mike over there. All right, Steve, what you got for us, man? Your thoughts on how things shook out today?
Be honest with you, like around halftime, I felt like if Niners didn't make big adjustments, on that defense, I thought we were going to lose this game. That's how I felt. I said if they don't make any adjustments, that's why we're going to lose. But I was screaming my head off and ready to rip my hair out.
Yeah. I feel you on that, man. The Rams, this is going to sound like, I'm giving them too much credit, but they did everything right except win the damn game. Same amount of penalties. They had the time of possession. They had the total yards. They were 50% on their first down conversions. The Niners were like, I don't know, 2 of 10 or something like that. And the Rams were like 7 of 14. They did everything right except win the damn game, and that kind of stuff makes me nervous. But a win, like I said, a win is a win. I'm not going to argue with it too much.
Win is a win. And I'll take a quarterback with less yards and no turnovers than more yards and more turnovers any day.
Well, those turnovers are crucial, man. And Matt Stafford went out there and he gave 2 of them. He should have had at least 3. Greenlaw dropped one, and there was another dropped one later, if I'm not mistaken. So it could have been a lot worse, but the Niners did what they had to do. This defense somehow is presenting. Maybe it's the offense. Maybe the offense is forcing opposing teams to put the ball in harm's way a bit. They got to score to catch up, and we take advantage of it. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you feel that when the Rams called for the the fair catch. Do you feel like that was a legit penalty? Like,
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. So by letter of the law, he touched him, right? But if you watch the replay, he stuck his left leg out. It kind of the receiver initiated the contact, but we're still not allowed to touch him. He's allowed to do whatever he needs to do to catch the ball. So by letter of the law, the refs actually got it right. It's an ugly play.
Yeah,
I hated the call, but it was the right call.
I wasn't real sure about the call, but I was just asking, because I was like, I'm like, that could go either way, but
Yeah. It's all good though. It's all good. Like I said, it worked out in our favor, man. We got out of there. The Niners were far from perfect. I knew this was going to be a tough game. I thought we should have put a little bit more respect on Matt Stafford and that Rams team, and hopefully, maybe people will wake up and see that they might be contenders in this NFC West after all this year if Matt Stafford stays healthy. Let's hear from our guy Mike, man. Big Mike is in the room now. What's up, Mike? And then after you're done, we're going to get to Nick Bosa because he's at the podium right now. Uh-oh, we can't hear you. It's weird. I thought. Uh-oh. We got some technical difficulties here with my man Mike. He's not on mute, so it's got to be something on your end there. Check your settings and see what mic you have turned on and your settings there in StreamYard, Mike. It might be something along those lines.
You hear me now?
There you go. I got you, buddy.
All right. What I was saying is the game was a little too close for my comfort, but we got the win, and that's all that really matters to me in the end.
Yeah, I tell you what, man. I know you have a lot of thoughts. I know you watched the game with us and everything. If you could, there was one thing that the Niners could fix, and just one. What would it be if you could have them fix one thing?
Definitely would have to be the secondary for the defense in this game, playing off too much, and we kept saying it throughout the whole time we were watching the game on Patreon. Why are they so far away? Why are they so far away? Just let them catch anything they wanted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were. I wish I could say they were the victims of the dink and dunk, but it really felt like they were just giving it to them. And I don't understand that logic. Even I get it on first and second down if you don't think that they're going to convert on third, right? But we weren't stopping them that well on third. And we were even doing the same thing on third downs. We were playing behind the first down markers. So I don't know. It was just really, really weird. But listen, guys, I'm going to let you guys go. I'm going to finish up these pressers, and then we're going to open up the phone line. So if you guys have more to say, please don't disappear. We're going to bring you guys back in. I'm going to drop you guys out right now, though. All right. But we'll get everybody back in for the phone calls. You guys be safe. Salute to you guys. My victory shot warriors out there, man. I appreciate y'all. All right. Y'all be safe. Okay. All right. Let's hear from Nick Bosa. And boom.
What was different in the second half? What were you guys doing to get Stafford off that?
We made some adjustments in the run game, which I think helped, and turnovers. Were they both in the second half? Yeah, so obviously that helps, and we kind of got into some of our pressures on the earlier downs, which is good against them, and they protect with a lot of guys. So, but yeah, we just need to keep winning our one-on-one matchups when we get them.
You know that Lenore got the interception when you were coming in on Stafford?
I didn't. No, I thought it was Mooney. I saw the single-digit number.
How hard is it not to get frustrated? It's the first half, and they're on the field as much as they are, and they're getting the ball out as quick as they are.
Not frustrated. Just it's football. It's the NFL. Stafford's Hall of Fame quarterback, and whenever they have him, they have a chance.
I lost count of your snaps, but it was well over 35. How are you feeling now, and is that any concern going into a Thursday game?
Not too concerned about it. I feel good. I think I needed a couple games to get my body into football shape for sure. You can't simulate it. And I think now that I'm through 2 and I've had some pretty good output for this one, I think I'm only going to be up from here.
Nick, besides Stafford and Donald, they don't have tons of recognizable names. But did you familiarity between these teams? Did you expect a gritty game?
Yeah, always with the Rams and division opponents, and they have a lot of the cornerstone pieces that they've had on their runs. So you never expect to walk through an opponent.
I don't know how you judge games, but knowing that you got the 3 quarterback hurries, no sacks? How do you kind of judge in your own mind how good of a game you had?
I watched the tape. I think I improved from last week for sure. I was a little more comfortable. I had some answers to some of the things that were thrown at me, and definitely some things I want to work on, which is tough, especially Thursday night. But I'm happy we won.
Were the run adjustments along the defensive line? Were those the adjustments you guys made?
Say it again.
The run adjustments you referred to, were those along the defensive line or as a?
Yeah, the front 7.
Can you talk about what they were?
We did. We called a couple of pressures, some run pressures that worked for us.
All right, thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
They got Nick Bosa up out of there pretty quickly. I'm sure there's other players that are here to talk. We got Christian McCaffrey up next, but I will say this, man. You guys aren't going to like what I'm about to say either, but it's okay. I'm setting the over-under for Nick Bosa sacks this season at 9.5. I would sincerely be surprised if he got double-digit sacks this year. I think teams are going to focus on him. I think that he is a little slow coming back, and I just don't know what we should expect from him. All right, so we'll revisit that. We'll get some people in later. Christian McCaffrey's at the podium.
But has it changed much since the first time you faced him in your first start here?
It's hard to tell for me to, obviously we watched tape on last year, but each year is new. They have a lot of new guys that play really hard. Schematically, they know us, we know them. So sometimes those are going to be, obviously tough games. So, but they play hard. It's good defense.
You guys put up 30. Kyle was saying there's some opportunities that you left out there. How do you assess just the way the offense operates?
It's tough. I always wait to watch the tape to make any broad assumptions, but I think energetically we took care of the ball, and I think that was important. Obviously there's probably some times and drives that could have done this, could have done that. That always happens, win or lose. So I say it every week, but it's just going to be about watching the tape, getting things corrected, and going out and capitalizing on your strengths as well. I saw some great blocks. Debo had a great block. Juwan had a great block, being going in motion and doing what he does. And after that, it was just instincts took over. But those guys, George had a great block too. Point of attack, Juice, all those guys all day, man. The O line, they play so hard and fight for every single yard, and love those guys.
There's some back and forth after that with you and Keller Witherspoon. What was being said there?
What's up, man? Good to see you. Casualties. Just
bullshit. I read his lips in there.
It's 2 weeks in a row now. You got something to run today. Brock was only sacked 1 time. He was only hit a couple times. You guys are relatively inexperienced up front. It seems like they're playing really well. What are you seeing from these guys on the interior?
Well, I think O-line is such a cool thing to learn the position, and when I see how those guys are being coached, obviously they're coached by one of the best to ever do it, and the way it fits the scheme is so important. And I just see a lot of guys who understand how to play together. They understand how to block certain fronts. They communicate really well, and then they play hard. And I think that's the most important thing, is just playing with great intent, trying to score on every play. And they understand that they're the focal point of the offense.
You guys have so much success running to the left. Everyone knows how good Trent Williams is. How good is Aaron Banks?
Unbelievable. I think, and he's only getting better too, which is exciting. I think having a guy like Trent Williams in that room, he's able to, give them so much wisdom and allow them to play fast. But man, Banks is a special football player. All those guys are.
Do you get that sense, no matter what they're in the game, that he is so well aware of that?
Yeah, I think, Brock is, I think everyone's a little less shocked now when he makes really good plays and makes great decisions, because that's just who he is. We see it every day, and that's part of winning football games. There was a lot of times where it felt like there might have been a little bit of a lull, especially in the middle of the game. But at the end of the day, it's a 4-quarter game. It's a 4-quarter fight, and so he did a great job taking care of the ball, and always does. So hopefully we can keep that up.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
You good?
You've had big runs in back-to-back games. How much is your familiarity of the offense, having that off-season, helping you kind of see things?
I think it's huge. You run with your eyes and your feet follow. So understanding where to put your eyes on every run and what the scheme is trying to accomplish is so important. So just having more wisdom under my belt is very important.
How much have you improved under Bobby Turner? I mean, he's coached Hall of Famers. How much have you improved?
So much. I didn't know what I didn't know when I first got here, and being in the room with him is such a special thing because he keeps you on your toes every single second of the meetings. He doesn't mess around. He brings out the best in you, but also he harps on so many of the fundamental things that it takes to be a running back that are so important. And each play is coached equally as hard when you're in the room with him, and it's just an honor, honestly.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
All right, so that's our running back champion there, and Christian McCaffrey, sharing his thoughts of the game and what he's seen so far. Let me see who's up at the podium now, if there's anybody at all. I don't see anybody else, but that doesn't mean no one will be coming up. Oh, there we go. We got our team captain here in Big Brock Purdy.
The ones that got away in this game.
Yeah, probably a lot.
How much will you be thinking about the ones that got away this game?
Get ready for this next game, but yeah, in my eyes, there's a couple opportunities obviously out there that I missed, in terms of the deep ball and whatnot. So, but found a way to win. So.
Anything specific you can point to for why you missed those?
Nah, it's just I just overthrew him. On the one to BA, the one Debo, and then JJ on that third down. Yeah, it's just those are on me. I gotta be better. I gotta hit them in stride and not overthrow them. Simple as that.
The obvious question is it matter? You're still trying to figure out the strength of
No, I don't think so. We've hit those deep balls and whatnot at practice and everything. It's just comes down when the bullets are flying, being able to make an accurate throw and not overthrow them, don't underthrow them, but just be on point. And so that's what you got to do as an NFL quarterback, and I take that on myself.
I'm sure it's always a point of emphasis to take care of the ball, but in a game like that, gritty type of game, does it take on added importance to make sure that you're not putting the ball on?
Yeah, exactly that. It's a divisional game. There's a lot on the line for both teams. Like, you want to win. It can be a 4-quarter game, and really, obviously today it came down to, not turning the ball over. And so we knew that going into it. And for myself, it's like, man, I got to make plays for my team, but at the same time, protect the ball more than anything, let our defense play. And, at the end, see what happens where we got to be in the fourth quarter. But that was the name of the game today. So
At the end of the first half, you guys had some fast plays, and you had to get rid of the ball to leave time on the clock. How much of that, just managing that situation, have you done in the past, and how do you feel about how you engineered it so there was 1 second left for the state?
Yeah, I think when I first got here is the first time I got exposed to that in terms of like how Kyle thinks about 2-minute drives. Obviously, you want to go down and score and get points on the board, but there's times where you don't need to do it as fast, and so that you don't get the other team the ball back to go do something as well. So. Obviously, we want to get first downs, move the chains, but sort of get the clock rolling, and then have an opportunity to score at the end. And so I feel like Kyle did a great job calling some plays early on in that drive, and then it timed out great to score with no points or no seconds left. So it's good.
Chris was just in here talking about the intent of the offensive line. You had a couple plays where you're going through multiple where he's able to go down the field. It's probably because you had time. What's the biggest difference you notice in guys like Aaron Banks and Spencer Burford from this year from last year?
Yeah, they've done a great job, all offseason, growing, watching film from last year where they could have gotten better. And at the end of the day, man, their mindset is where it needs to be, like they're dogs. They come to practice every single day, ready to work, ready to grind days out. And then, we get into a game like this where it takes 4 quarters against, guys like, Aaron Donald, and they got some good guys on the edge to be able to, know and hone in every single play what they're doing. And so, credit to those guys, man. They've gotten a lot better. I'm excited to roll with them, the rest of the year. And, they gave me a great time. There's multiple plays where I was able to go through reads and progressions and hit the number 3 guy and stuff like that. So I thought they did a great job in pass pro.
Could you sense the momentum going into halftime after scoring?
Yeah, 100%. They go down, score, and then it's like, all right, we got, 2 minutes or so left. Obviously, we want to score to get some momentum, but once we did and capitalized on it, it was like, okay, defense, go out and the first drive, the second half, get a stop, offense, let's roll. So everyone felt good about it. But man, it's a team game. Defense gets a stop, offense goes and score. Like that's what it's about. So going in the second half, that was huge for us to be able to score. So
Maybe you already had it down, but Jimmy was always really good with sneaks. Did you pick up any tips from him last year on that front that you think made you better at that?
I mean, we always try to figure it out. Like, what does Jimmy do so good with the QB sneak? Like, it's a question around the team. And so he just found little creases and whatnot, but got his shoulder pads down and would find a way. So that was really about it. I don't think there's necessarily a secret to it or anything, at least as far as I know. But we watched a lot of QB sneaks and stuff that Jimmy did well and what he did. So he did a good job with it, and I learned a couple things, but he never really told me. But yeah.
Jimmy always claimed there was a secret. He didn't want to tell anybody. So he never even told you.
No, I mean, nah. He just, yeah, nah. But it's all good, man. He's I love Jim. I love Jim.
Have you gotten better at, not obsessing over mistakes, or you feel like you probably won't be sticking over?
I feel like in the game, man, it's crucial to be able to move on, have a clean slate, clean state of mind. Obviously, yeah, learn and all right, if they give me that look again, I got to do this or that better. But to dwell on it and to obviously live in the past and beat yourself up on it, then I feel like that can hinder your game moving forward. So there's a fine line. I feel like when the game ends, it's like, yeah, be hard on yourself, learn from it. But right then and there in the moment, you got to find a way to move on and play a clean game.
Brock, a lot of your teammates openly admitted, not disrespectfully, but they haven't heard a lot about a lot of these Rams guys, just kind of unrecognizable. At the same time, you guys seem to expect that type of game. Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, they're a good squad. I feel like those guys, they, a lot of them, you don't know them, but they're on that team for a reason, man. You're playing in the NFL, you're on an NFL roster, you're good. And I feel like for those guys, man, they're trying to make a name for themselves. They play hard for 4 quarters, and we knew that coming into the game that we're going to get their best shot. And so, credit to them. I thought they did a great job. They play hard and they play together. It's going to be a defense, moving forward that, we got to obviously scheme up really well and be ready to play 4 quarters of. So respect to them.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Fred's right here. We'll have Debo after him.
Sounds like Fred Warner's going to be up next, followed by Debo. I will. There we go.
I think overall, just kind of trying to get more stickier in coverage, trying to pressure Stafford a little more. Trying to eliminate the run game. I feel like they, in the first half, that run game kept them ahead of the sticks a lot. They were taking what we were giving them. We had to tighten things up in the back end and try to make it a little bit harder on Stafford.
Hey, Fred, tie game 17. You guys get the big stop there at the interception. What do you see on that play?
Yeah, that was a huge moment, Isaiah, on that play. I can't remember exactly what they ran, but I think they kind of were trying to high-low concept, and just like the whole game, Stafford was taking what we were giving him. He wanted the low one, and Isaiah was right there for when the ball tipped up by the running back right into his hands. Made a huge play in a crucial moment.
Ensuing possession, you sacked Matthew Stafford. That's the first sack the Rams line has given up this season. Kind of walk us through that sack, what you see, and how do you navigate through it?
Yeah, it was one that we dialed up there. We were trying to get the line to slide to me. That's why I kind of lined up to the right, and then I'm wrapping around, and I was wide open. The B gap opened up like the Red Sea, and I didn't know whether to jump or not. They always say don't jump, but it worked out.
Fred, I asked Brock a similar question, but that's a far different Rams team as far as star power than you saw 2 years ago. Why did you expect kind of that type? I think that game had the potential to kind of be like that.
I mean, it's a division opponent. We see them twice a year. It's always been a tough battle for us. Every single time we play those guys, people want to talk about our record against them in the regular season. It's always like a hard-fought battle, just like that game was today. They know us. We know them. They had a great game plan on offense for our defense. So some things that we got to shore up for sure.
You mentioned a few times Stafford taking what was given to him. you surprised by that? A guy with this big arm that eventually he's going to get antsy and maybe try to take something down the field, or did that catch you off guard that he was consistently just taking that?
No, I thought it was smart, honestly. I think we were trying to relay to the back end that we needed to tighten things up, but kudos to them and for the game plan and the way that they executed. My guy Puka Nacua, he had a heck of a game. Every time I turned and looked, he was catching the ball and falling forward, with two guys hanging on him. So they did a good job.
Isaiah Oliver said it took him a little while to adjust to the 49ers defensive style. Did you see that during the offseason? And do you think that he's there now? He's caught up to it.
Yeah, Isaiah, he had a huge game today. I think this was great for him and his confidence in the scheme. And, Isaiah, he's a great player. We signed him for a reason. Obviously, I guess you could talk about him. He's gotten better and better as his time has gone here. So I'm really happy for him and the performance.
He's great.
Thanks, Fred.
Thanks, guys.
All right. And Debo was supposed to be bringing up the tail end here at the end of.
We knew.
Here we go. Let's see what Debo's got to say here. And this will be the last one before we open up the phone lines.
You can say that, but we just come out here, execute at a high level, and it was a hard fought battle. They came out here just like kind of what Fred said. They know us, we know them, and we knew it was going to be a grind this week. Kind of like a little quick bubble.
Is this hoodie see-through?
Knew I was gonna be one-on-one with the corner, and he shot his guns, but luckily he shot at my foot. And break the tackle and just get in the end zone. You can just see all the guys how determined they was to give me the end zone as well by all the blocking.
For how often do you guys score? When are we going to see some kind of group celebration for the guy? Because you're lacking in that area.
You don't win by celebrations. You win by touchdowns, but that's not a big deal on this team.
You and Kendrick were shoving in the fourth quarter after a play, and there was a fan in the stands who tried to step up. You say, what do you think of that?
I didn't even know it until I just seen it. A fan trying to separate it, but he just ran up and kind of headbutted me out of nowhere, and I was like, what's going on? But that was kind of cool to see a fan get into it and trying to protect the team as well.
You guys have scored 30 points in each game, but do you feel like there's a lot more?
My wife said it's called sheer, Mike.
Sheer. I'm sorry, sheer.
We know Kyle's going to come down on us hard for us. We missed a lot of opportunities out there. I feel like we left 4 touchdowns out there. But that's what practice for. That's what we're going to keep building week in and week out to get better in that area.
People, you were critical of your performance last season on that touchdown. Did it feel like this is where the work is paid off?
Still got work to do. Like I just stated, we left a lot of yards out there. Say it again. It's not all about me. I'm a big team guy, so yeah.
What makes you guys so difficult to stop? 30 points, 2 games. Last week was a lot of Brandon. Today was a lot of you. Obviously, Christian McCaffrey's first one in both games. What makes you guys so tough?
Just look at our offense and look at the guys that we have in the huddle. It's kind of crazy how we made that happen. Adding Christian was a big plus to us, and we just got a team full of playmakers.
People that drive right before halftime, we actually scored a touchdown. What about the overall execution and the time management?
We do. That's something we do every day at the walkthroughs, as far as the 2-minute drill and the plays and the time management. And I think Brock do a real good job with that, and Kyle do a real good job of putting us in good position.
Anything else for Debo? All right, thanks. Thank you.
All right. That is going to do it for the 49ers and their post-game pressers. We're going to open up the phone lines in a little bit, but I want to talk to my man Terradome. Terradome has been one of the most consistent Brock Purdy supporters I've seen on social media, content creators, so on and so forth. Terradome, first, your thoughts on the game, but then follow that up with your thoughts on Brock Purdy's performance here tonight.
Well, I was a little bit disappointed. I thought we came out a little lethargic on defense by just not getting any pressure on Matt Stafford. I wished Steve would have mixed up coverage a little bit. I thought we would go a little bit more match. I thought we would go a little bit more marble coverage because they really utilized the quickness of Puka Nacua. I know I've been making fun of him, saying he's a character in the Lion King, but them 100 and some yards today obviously had I got him down for 147 yards, 15 receptions. Hats off to you, Mr. Puka Nakua. That's what it is. And Atwell had pretty good quickness, and they were utilizing our short game and intermediate passes. And Matt Stafford, what can you say? He's a Super Bowl champion. He's probably going to walk into the Hall of Fame 1 year, 5 years after he retires. A lot of stats there, and they just played a pretty good up front. They held us at bay. I wish our defensive line would have got their hands up a little bit more, but we're neither here nor there. Gritty, gutty performances by the great Christian McCaffrey. I think he put up 100 and how much?
I think it was 116 for Christian, right?
116 for CMC, 20 carries, 5.8 a carry. He did pretty good. And we played 49er football kind of on offense, and then we needed that spark on defense after the turnover. We started, gelling a little bit midway through the third, and I felt, hey, this is the defense I recognize. As far as the great Brock Purdy, he was Brock Purdy. He's gonna give you 210 yards, 68%. He gonna go efficient, ain't gonna turn the ball over. That's kind of what he does. He did miss on those two longer throws, and he acknowledged that as well. I wish he would have hit him. He's got to put a little bit more air, a little bit more Russell Wilson in his diet, and put the apex of that ball up so it drops in there like, the drill that we see Aaron Rodgers used to run, man. You got to put that air underneath there. And sometimes when you're going long, it's better possibly to underthrow because you put in that vantage point or that variable of a pass interference rather than overthrow. It's absolutely not. Either he's going to make a tremendous diving catch or it's incomplete and you have no chance at all. He said he could tighten it up a little bit. He still went for a 107.8 passer rating, 68%, 17 of 25. I wish it would have been more like 19 of 25 because there was 14 points left off there, and I thought it was going to be a 40 burger. I called for the 40 burger. I wanted to see my 40 burger today. I told everybody a 40 burger. I'm looking for the 40 burger, like Whataburger. I wanted my 40 burger, but it wasn't meant to be. He also ran one in as well. But yeah, we got to tighten that, get that apex of that ball up, man. Put a little bit more lean into it, and cock that shoulder a little bit, man, and let him run underneath it, man. Just let him run underneath it and drop that thing down so it lands like a butterfly with soft feet.
Yeah. You finished the game with Deebo Samuel over 100 all-purpose yards and a touchdown. Christian McCaffrey over 130 all-purpose yards and a touchdown. Brock Purdy finishes the game with over 200 all-purpose yards and a touchdown. I guess my question to you is, when it comes specifically to Brock Purdy, we were, and I'm saying we as a fan base, I'm not saying you because I don't remember your specific views on it, but we were very critical of Jimmy Garoppolo not being able to successfully hit the long ball. Now, I know you mentioned two. I had Brock Purdy 1 of 4 on the day for, and I say deep, more than 15 yards down the field. He did connect that one time with not Brandon Ayuk, I'm sorry, with Jawan Jennings on the shot down the field there. Are you, because this is something that I got into it with Tony a little bit during the live over on Patreon. Are you content with that as long as we're still putting up 30 points a game?
No. But the difference is Brock Purdy as a rookie, as somebody who's just played his 7th game in his 7th regular season game in the National Football League is different from James Garoppolo, who was 4 years in the National Football League before he came. We tend to have it's like on Men in Black, we tend to look into this little flashy thing and forget some things. Brock Purdy, his floor is right now. This is a rookie who's just getting over some things and learning some things and can develop. My projections are based upon him being a rookie, a 23-year-old kid, while James Garoppolo to us was already 27, had 2 rings, had been sitting behind the GOAT for 4 years. You better daggone well hit what you're supposed to hit. I mean, you've been practicing, you've been in this system, you've been under Bill Belichick, you've been under men like Charlie Weiss, you've been under Bill O'Brien, you've been under the GOAT, you've been under, all of these other people for 4 years. Dude, you're supposed to be ready to go. You ain't supposed to miss. It's 4 years into the league when he came to us. But people are going back and having almost revisionist history, say, oh, he's just like Jimmy Garoppolo. If Jimmy Garoppolo performed like he did in 2019 as a rookie, Jimmy Garoppolo is your guy for the next 10, 15 years. But Brock Purdy as a rookie, for him to be even acknowledged and for him to be even comparable to the great, or not so great, James Garoppolo at year 4, 5, and 6, it's saying eons. It's saying so much. This guy's a rookie, a 23-year-old rookie. And you are it's just like good stock. We're getting in on Google in 99. We're getting in on Amazon before the stock splits. We're looking and going at, well, he ain't Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes wasn't Patrick Mahomes 3, 4, 5 years ago. Tom Brady wasn't Tom Brady that in 2001, in 2002. Terry Bradshaw was not Terry Bradshaw that in 1971. You got to give the guy, it is human nature for everybody to develop and get a little bit better. 10%, 20% better. I have the great Kobe Bryant on my wall over here. My wife get pointed out. The Kobe Bryant rules, just go get 1% better every day. Get 1% better every day. And if we go on those projections, Mike, we're looking at a dude already as a rookie, chosen to be the leader, 6 regular season games into his thing, 2 postseason wins already. If he gets better, which he should, usually it does happen, what are we looking at?
You think we're in good hands. I like that. I like that, man. I like that. You're playing the upside. You're playing the learning curve. This should be the floor for him and not the ceiling. And that's the perspective that people have to keep in mind. You know what I mean? The one thing I will say is that I do think that the criticisms or the concerns are fair. I think the concerns are fair, and then we have to wait and see what fruit is bore from the tree. You know what I'm saying? I think that's fair all the way around, Yes. And I think you broke it down very well, very eloquently. We got to see what is versus what can be, what should be, what's expected. I do like that breakdown. Speaking of what is and what should be, we got to talk about our guy, Nick Bosa, highest paid non-quarterback in the entire NFL. And I saw him on the stat sheet with a tackle assist, and I think a solo tackle. I saw Nick Bosa on the screen and mentioned more on the sidelines and actually in the game.
It's fair,
the floor is yours. Come on.
You are so fair. That's kind of what I was alluding to. And yeah, man, you defensive player of the year, held out. What is it? 122 million guaranteed. Hey, baby. Hey, I didn't buy that Ferrari for you to stay in the garage, baby. I need what I need. I need that pinpoint performance. I need you to hit them switches. I need you to run 120 in red line. I need you to get it. You a synchro mesh engine. I need to come out sporting on Daytona week down in Miami, and I need my Ferrari out there, baby. You got to get it going. I can't 0 on the stat sheet. And Matt Stafford didn't get sacked, man. He
got
on
one.
Point.
It was just the one.
He didn't get sacked until the midway through the third. At one time, I was looking at his stats. I went up. Matt Stafford was 80% and had all the time in the world to throw the ball. Puka Nacua. What they saying? But Nakua. Puka Nacua going crazy. Hey, where my pass rush, baby? Where my pass? Hey, you a veteran now. You ain't no rookie. You ain't on no rookie deal. That comes with expectations. The money means, hey, we believing on you. That's different from Brock Purdy. You making $900,000 a year. Everything you do is all right, dude. He's making 122 times what this young man is making. I need production, and I need it bad. Eric Armstead, you getting 17 mil a year. Hey, I really thought we were going to work on. I looked at the all 22s of Seattle playing LA the week before, and they had a guy named Noteboom. He got injured a little bit, I think about the third quarter. He's a guard, man. He just, every time he pops out of his stance, showing all his chest, and he's got slow feet. I was like, oh, well, I know Armstead going to eat. I know Javon Hargrave is going to eat. We going to work on him. And we ain't got Matt Stafford back dirty. Come on, man. Can't have it. Matt Stafford is not Russell Wilson. Matt Stafford is not Lamar.
I will continue to give Matt Stafford his flowers for this season. I'm not going to talk about the past. I'm not going to talk about last season where he missed 8 games or even the Super Bowl season. But this season, Matt Stafford has been a 3-step deliver, 5-step deliver, rhythmic. And then the couple of times I saw him under pressure, even in that Seattle game, that man was navigating that pocket like an all-pro out there. I tried saying it every opportunity that I got, that Matt Stafford was not the same Matt Stafford that everybody was expecting. He was not the statue that people thought he was going to be, and we should put a little bit more respect on his name. I think he went out and earned it tonight. I know
Mooney Ward will. He came screaming off the edge, and he got that 45 fake out. Where did he go? Hey, it's real. Matt Stafford's all right. He's legit. He's legit.
Mooney Ward literally sliding on his hands and knees in the backfield, sliding on his hands and knees.
If it was an NBA game, he would have crossed them up.
Oh yeah, ankles broke. Right, just bad for business. But the team did do enough to go out there and get the dub. But if you look at the box score, the Rams led in every single important category,
except turnovers. Turnovers will turn the ball over, and what's more important than points is points off of turnovers. That's how this game has been played. That's why the coaches are so critical, man. You can set your watch and depend on it like the sun shining. Lose the turnover battle, fellas. It's gonna be over. It just lends itself to it, man. It gives you a short field. It gives you points off of when you get a turnover, especially something like in the red zone. It will nullify the points you should have got. And then if they get points off of that turnover, it gives them a 7-point swing, a 14-point swing. You should have at least got a field goal. That's a 10-point swing, Mike. That's why them turnovers, man. Turnovers will do it every time.
And shout out to Sean McVay making sure the Niners got the win. I'm going to say this. I want you guys to know we won this game by 1 scoring possession, 1 touchdown. Now, I know they got that garbage time field goal. Yeah. Let's talk about something that happened right at the halftime.
Come on.
Sean McVay and that decision with that penalty. Do you remember? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
He gave the Niners another opportunity down there where we were ready to run the field goal unit out there. Is that when it was? Is that when it happened?
Yeah, I think it was, and y'all can check it in the chat. I think it was right at the end of the first half. Right. And I might be getting it crossed up because my wife and I were watching Colorado State.
Oh, you were watching the replay?
No, we were watching the game last night. We were up late last night.
Okay.
And they took points off the board. And what I say, D? What I say, D? Don't take no points off the board. You're going to need them 3. You're going to need them 3. Don't you take no points off the board. And they went, and Deion Sanders' son looked like number 21 back in 1992, high-stepping on a pick 6. They took 3 off the board and gave them 7.
That's right.
And then it got down to 28-28 with 30 seconds left. You took them points off the board. It will always come and get you.
there was man, my mind is blanking. I wish I could remember the details right now. But there was something that McVay did going into halftime, and the Niners ended up getting one more play. I want to give kudos to Kyle Shanahan for going for it on that fourth down and not running that field goal team out there. At that moment, I said it during the live, I don't give a damn about the results. That's how you coach to win, right there.
That's how it is. Yes,
you coach to win right there.
And Mike, I see him. He feels a confidence more with Brock than he's ever shown me with Jimmy or Mullins or anybody else. I see the B-roll in different. I see how coaches look at him. I see how other players look at him. There's this time when they were playing Tampa, and Brock did something, man. I think he did the hezzy on something and delivered or something like that. And D'Amico Ryan it makes that, like, when a sweet move happens, he's like, woo! And he looks at Fred Warner and Greenlaw, and Fred says, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. When I saw that, I know players. D'Amico Ryan has played in this league. Fred Warner is the best in this league. When they feel a certain way about somebody, man, it's a stamp on my passport. I know we got something. They don't do that for everybody. Players know players, man. And if you're sorry, they will call you out, underneath the rug. They'll say nice stuff. Oh yeah, nice guy, man. Good. Yeah, he's gonna be
good guy in the locker room. He's a guy's guy.
Yeah, man, he cool. But when they turn around and go, whoo, did you see that? I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. And by the way, shout out to Fred Warner, recording the team's only sack today. I might have Fred Warner as my defensive player of the game this evening. I was really happy with what I saw from All-Pro Fred out there. Things could have been better. Don't get me wrong. Things absolutely could have been better. I like what I saw from Greenlaw. Hargrave, man. What's your take on Hargrave? By the way, guys, we're going to open up the phone lines. Terry Dome, I am not booting you off by any means.
No, brother. No, we all good. We all good. If you want me, I can stay on and just let everybody else cook and just be with you. Because I'm crazy about my brother Mike. Shout out to Mike, man. Like and subscribe. My brother Mike, man. He is the professor. Rombo's the dean. I'm gonna call Mike the professor of the X-Men, and he got hair. He got a lot more than I do. It ain't nothing but love and respect. I give him a hard time, but that is my dude.
And by the way, I wouldn't have it any other way, man. You guys keep me on my toes. When one thing I hate about a lot of the shows that I see around 49ers content is when people go on and feel that they have to agree all the time. I think there is a respectful way to disagree with people and have fun with it. You know what I mean? And so absolutely, you keep me on my toes. That is something that I absolutely appreciate. And that goes for everybody. I might not always verbalize it the right way, but I promise you guys, I don't take things overly personal. I'm not one of those guys where, oh man, I hate this person, I'm blocking them and all that stuff. I'm not that. I have been doing this for far too long to think that one or two comments are gonna, crack the shell that I wear on my back. You know what I mean? And by the way, you need to let people know where to find you, because you have a show as well. Terradome is doing his thing over there, man. He's got graphics and all that stuff, man. Go ahead and plug the show, man. Let them know.
Terradome on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 10 a.m. Just look up me, TARRER. That's TA as in arts, RRER as in entertainment. I'm on in the morning. I get started before everybody else because I work the night shift 911, and I come in and put my little stuff together. And it is a place of family, football, faith. You're gonna get a little scripture, you're gonna get a little films. I love TV, films, movies, references, books, and hey, we chop it up. It's it's all 49er, baby. 49er all the time, and we 2-0, Mike. And I think we're first solo.
There's
in
no
the
thing.
Western Division.
That's right. We are at the top of the list, the only undefeated team in the division, guys. The only undefeated team in the NFC West. That's right. We are sitting here atop of the leaderboard. And that's how it should be. That's how we expect it to be. That's how we want it to be. I'm calling it right now. Those Seahawks are frauds. I do think that this Rams team, they're going to be a problem. The Niners,
they got some ballers out there, Mike.
Yes,
they got
do.
they got some ball players out there. That Puka Nacua and Higbee usually gets on us too, man. I was worried a little bit about him coming in. I know Cooper Kupp is hurt or injured. He's on injured reserve, but he's going to come back. And you broke something early about the healthy scratch of their running back Akers. What they were doing was making sure he doesn't get hurt. They're shopping the deal. From what I understand, they're shopping the deal. Go ahead.
No, not you. I was talking to the caller that called in. I want him to hold on so you can finish your thought. Go ahead.
I'm hearing they're going to try to get Jonathan Taylor there for the trade. That's the rumor there. So we saw him this week. Eventually, at the end of the season, we'll see a different Rams team looking. The next time we see him I think it's going to be week 17, I believe. So
I'll tell you what. Yeah, this is the earliest we've played the Rams, and then we finished the season against the Rams as well. But I'll tell you what, man, if they find a way to get Jonathan Taylor over there, watch out. This team was tough to beat without a run game. This team was tough to beat without a pass catching running back there. You guys give him time, and then by week 17. If they can pull this trade off, because the trade deadline is what, week 8?
Yeah.
Oh Lord. If you are a person of faith, you better start praying now that it don't happen. You better start praying now that it doesn't happen. We do have a caller on the line here. Who do we have the pleasure of speaking to? Oh no, don't.
Yo, what up, baby? What's going on, Mike? It's J-Dog from Boston, baby.
Boston is in the building.
In the building. Oh Lord, I'm a Laker fan now. I'll try to love him.
Hey, yo, I've been listening to you a lot of the platforms, man, and I gotta say, man, you spot on, man, and I just appreciate the passion, man, because you always keep it 100, man, and you just got a certain swag on how you do things, man, and I just appreciate your knowledge when it comes to the good guys, 49ers, baby.
There you go, man. Pterodome, that was all a shout out to you, man, saying he appreciates what you do, man.
Brother. Oh man, and the only thing I really love from Boston is New Edition. Thank you so much, my dude.
Boston in the house. Yeah, the president of the I Hate Kyle Shanahan fan club, but I didn't call for that. I just want to say a couple things. First of all, I appreciate the way the defense is playing and the adjustments that were made in the second half, which is important to me because you look at the way, coming into this game, we're dominating, we're going to dominate and everything like that. Division game, say what you want to say. It's always going to be a tough game with the Rams, and you got to put some respect on Matthew Stafford, man. You know what I mean? If you didn't know, now you know. Stafford's a really good quarterback that's going to control the flow of the game and everything like that.
Yeah,
the thing that I'm very disappointed with, even though we won there, is I'd like to see more touches out of the backfield for guys like Elijah Mitchell and Jordan Mason and whoever. I mean, I really feel like that's a huge mistake right now, especially early on this season when you're gonna need to lean on a guy like a Christian McCaffrey and stuff like that. And I think that's the thing with Shanahan, where you notice he's not really a guy who is an adjustment maker. And the guys who are like the defensive coordinator, D'Amico Ryan, that guy made adjustments. Robert Saleh, that guy made adjustments. And we've seen tonight, Steve Wilkes made adjustments in the second half. You know what I'm saying? So
he did.
Shout out to Puka and Kyle, man, because he looks like he's gonna be a problem when Cooper Kupp comes back. But it was a tough game. But I always, I say I hate Kyle Shanahan fan club, but to be honest with you, I never wanted him here. I never really saw that hoopla. But I'm not gonna say he's not a good coach, but just little things, man, like because if you look at the roster that we probably have the most talented roster in the NFL. It's been that way. The man can't keep quarterbacks healthy. Something's in the water as far as keeping quarterbacks healthy. And I hope I didn't jinx this because, we know that's been our main issue. But aside from that, bro, like the lack of practice for other guys and relying on the top heavy guys, not really adjusting. Because if you take away the big run from Christian McCaffrey, we really didn't do much on the ground, I thought. You know what I'm saying? Aside from Debo's in the round and stuff like that, going on the same pass. So, you know, I'd like to see Shanahan, man, utilize incorporate some guys like sprinkle in a little Ronnie Bell, sprinkle in Jordan Mason, Elijah Mitchell, man. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
I just don't see him doing that. And it's like every year, same thing with him as far as rotation. You know what I'm saying? And I don't mean to take over, man. I just appreciate you guys on the platform. And Boston loves you guys, man. And you guys do an awesome job, man. And I just want to say a shout out to y'all on the show. And thanks for giving us the platform, man, to vent, man. Because, you know, the good guys are 2-0. You know what I mean? We will event with this team, as we know. And I love you guys. And I'm going to let the next caller go on, man. Peace, guys.
All right, man, my
Peace,
man.
my brother, man.
Boston in the
Peace.
building, man. We appreciate you, big dog.
Boston
You
in
take
the building.
it easy, all right?
Boston. Hey, Mike, are you watching Winning Time on the HBO Max, or Max as they're calling it now, man? Everybody, please watch Winning Time. I'm a Laker fan. I've been since Magic Johnson was wearing the small shorts. This has been since 1980 when he was. Hey, look, Mike, when he was wearing the Grape Smugglers, I'm a Magic Johnson fan.
Hey, to the caller that just called in,
I've been loving the Lakers.
Please hold on for a few minutes.
Go ahead.
All right. No. I want to let the caller know to hold on so we can get through some of the Boston's callers' comments here. If you guys can just allow us the grace to respond, okay?
Yes, sir.
He said a couple of things here. One of the things about Shanahan and being he said he was part of the I Hate Shanahan. He's like the conductor of the train. Yeah. He said he never wanted him here, but he also said that Shanahan is a good coach and you can't take that away from him. There came a point in this game where I didn't think that the Rams comeback was out of reach. It was midway through the fourth quarter. I felt like we were one or two bad plays away from them being right back in it.
We were.
And the Niners had the ball, and I said it during the live stream. We are going to continue to run the ball up the middle, between the tackles, down in and down out, and Shanahan won't make any adjustments. And the worst part is he's going to do it with Christian McCaffrey. Oh. The caller said if you take away his big play, now I want to be fair. I want to be completely transparent here. I don't want to take away the big run because that is part of what this offense brings. Yeah. It is death by 1,000 cuts, and then boom, there's a big one. Somewhere in the game, there's a big one. Let's just do it based off of this season. He's 2 for 2. He's 2 for 2. All right, 40-plus yard carries in each of the games, and then it's death by 1,000 cuts, right? I don't want to take that away from him. But
and
what I do want
that Pittsburgh one was a masterpiece, man.
Yes, it was.
The way they got there, Ayuk and Ray got downfield, man. That was reminiscent of Jury and John Taylor back in my day. I love that one.
Even seeing Ayuk rebound from his missed block, I didn't even know it was a missed block by Ayuk. But Shanahan went to the podium and said that the tackle that Christian McCaffrey broke with the spin move, that was Ayuk's original assignment.
Yeah, Ayuk. Yeah.
And then he went downfield and kind of made up for it to finish it off. So I messed up, but I rebounded at the same time. But
yes, sir.
Here's what I wanted to say though.
Go ahead.
I said it last week. I'm going to say it again. I think that if you're just going to run the ball between the tackles, it doesn't matter if it's Ayuk. It doesn't matter if it's Christian McCaffrey or Mason or Elijah Mitchell. I've been getting some criticism, a little bit of pushback saying, well, Mason had the fumbles in the preseason and all that. That's fine, but Elijah Mitchell is healthy. He's active. Mason's healthy. He's active. He's on your team. You can't avoid using him. Yeah. Here's my thing. We did get the win.
Yeah.
But winning isn't like just we could have got the win and McCaffrey could have gotten hurt. Would we be saying the same thing? I don't think so. And I'm going to knock on wood. I'm not saying that I hope that happens or anything like that. I definitely don't. And I hate even putting those hypotheticals in the air, but God forbid it was a bad tackle and someone twists his ankle or rolls up on him or something like that, running in between the tackles. And there was a 2nd and 17 in the fourth quarter with the Niners having a 10-point lead. And it was a play right between the tackles. I mean, we just knew this was going to happen. He didn't try to make it third and manageable or anything like that. Those are the changes that I would want to see from Kyle Shanahan. And Terry, I'm going to give you the floor to respond to these things. One, what changes would you like to see from Kyle Shanahan? But two, another thing that my man said from Boston was that Steve Wilks made second half adjustments. Well, brother, let me tell you something. He didn't have a choice, because if he did, we were going to lose this game. We were going to lose this game had he not made some sort of second half adjustments. And even the adjustments that we are going to credit him for making, don't let those turnovers fool you. Nikhil was still going right across the middle. That shallow route was there for the taking all game long. We benefited when he was injured and had to be sidelined for 2 of those very pivotal plays. We benefited from him being on the sideline and dealing with something down the stretch there. We benefited from that. Had that not happened, the Niners were giving him that play every single snap all game long, from their first drive to their very last drive. Talk about adjustments. That doesn't count to me as an adjustment. Yeah, we benefited from the tip pass and the interception, right? The ball right to, we saw the turnovers. But what if those turnovers didn't happen in the moments that they happened? The Rams are still right here in it. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't think the Niners couldn't have gone down and scored and answered if they had to, right? I do understand and recognize and acknowledge that Kyle takes his foot off the gas. There's no need for me to try to drive down here and expose another couple of good plays to the rest of the NFL. It's a long season. I do understand and acknowledge that. But there are some things that are happening here that we're turning a blind eye to because we're getting wins, right?
Yeah.
I watched the what team was it that beat the Broncos last week? Oh my goodness. I'm blanking on the teams now.
Broncos last was it a division?
No. It was the Raiders. The Raiders game.
The Raiders beat the Broncos last week? Really?
I watched the Raiders game. I don't know if it was the Broncos. I watched the Raiders game. Okay. Who did the Raiders play in week 1? Hold on. I'll tell you.
Go ahead, look at that.
I'll tell you right now. Here we go. I got the games pulled up right here. And in week 1, the Raiders played. Yeah, it was the Broncos, 17-16. That's who it was, right? I watch, and you see them barely get that win, but it's a win, right? But that doesn't mean that they were
a division foe.
Right.
A long-time division foe who you pretty familiar with, even though the coaching changes happen, you're familiar with the personnel, you're familiar with kind of what they do. Division games, man, they can be
iffy.
They go a little,
And
crazy.
So my point with my critique is, because you win doesn't mean that you couldn't have lost, doesn't mean that things were as good as they could have been. And I'm not expecting a perfect game, but there are some avoidable decisions that we make that we don't have to make things as tough as they ended up being. And so that's my biggest critique on Wilks, on Shanahan, the personnel that he's using and things like that. I would like to see us mix it up a little bit. There's no need to have 3 running backs out there healthy if you're going to sit there and run the same guy all game long. Can you, without looking it up, can you name me another running back that touched the ball for the 49ers tonight?
No, I don't think I didn't remember anybody else running.
Exactly. There wasn't one.
Maybe
one.
Debo on a run. He registered in the stats as a runner, but
there was no running back that touched the ball.
And I'll preface this by saying, if I could put Kyle in the vein of a relationship, Kyle is just not trusting of a lot. He doesn't feel comfortable putting it in the hands of people he can't really trust 100%. And I know I might get some pushback or some things, because sometimes it comes to a certain demographic. Sometimes it comes to a certain type of player, perhaps. whether they come from different backgrounds, different geographics, different socioeconomics, but I just think he's hesitant on trusting, especially rookies. He really doesn't trust rookies. And if you show him some negative things, he just really feels like, man, I can't mess with you. Or you're a guy that tries to make the club from the tub. You're in the cold tub. You always hurt. You this, you that. He's just kind of a no nonsense guy. And he just really is crazy and enamored with Christian McCaffrey because, man, that trust went back a couple of generations. That trust goes back to Denver. That trust goes back. They had an Aflac trivia question or something on a Monday night game. I think it was in the preseason. They said, name the 4 families who have Super Bowl lineage on this San Francisco 49ers team. And I was a little stumped, but the answer was it's the Shanahan family with a dad who has a Super Bowl. There was the McCaffrey family with a dad who has a Super Bowl. There was I think the McVay family is on there, and I think the Kubiaks are on there. He's just so trusting of those folks who he knows, who dad played with me, and I was the ball boy in Denver, and I know the Kubiaks and I know the McCaffreys. He's just kind of a old money kind of guy, and this is how he goes about it. Secondly to that, there are some running backs who need a lather, who need to they don't feel comfortable unless they get that rock 20 times. It's kind of like Boobie Gibson on Friday Night Lights. Feed me the ball. I need the ball about 20 times so I can figure it out. The great Barry Sanders, who is the finest college football player that had ever lived. Everybody will try to tell you it was Reggie Bush. They may try to tell you it was Bo Jackson. They might try to tell you it was Tim Tebow. They might try to tell you Vince Young and all this stuff. No, I want everybody within the sound of my voice, and it's on the internet. Please go back and look at the 1988 game by game season of Barry Sanders. He got started with 20 carries. He felt good with about 20 carries, and then he would just get loose, and you might have had him bottled up 20 times. But boy, on that 21st one, it was going to be 88 out the gate, and he was going to come at you and break you off for 200, and he was going to get hold of you. That's how some running backs are, and I think Christian McCaffrey may be one of those guys. To us, it seems you running them too much. You're going to use them up. Only use them for 5, 10, 15 carries. But to Christian McCaffrey, man, he said, man, I don't get started. I'm like a Toyota engine, the 22 RE Toyota engine. That thing ain't get warmed up to 100,000 miles. And that's when it showed out.
Yeah. Barry Sanders is an anomaly. He's the only guy I've ever seen run backwards like in college, and it works out in the NFL. It doesn't happen.
He was
but
amazing.
God bless and salute to him and his family for the statue they unveiled out in Detroit. Caller, are you on the line still, caller?
I'm still here.
All right, my man. This guy right here, I don't know who we're about to speak to, but he's got the patience of a saint. This is Mother Teresa on the line here because he allowed us to vent and rant. But go ahead, man. Let us know who you are, where you calling from, and then the floor is yours.
Anthony, I'm calling from VA.
Anthony in Virginia. Okay.
Where in VA, my brother? I'm Richmond, 804.
Oh, okay.
He wants to know where you're
from. What part of Virginia?
Woodbridge.
I was up there, man. You in 703. I used to live in Woodbridge, Virginia, not too far from Potomac Mills. I lived on Hyannis, my man. I lived on Hyannis. I know, VA is my state. I call it the state of defense. We boast ourselves for having some of the greatest defenders ever. If you would allow me to pontificate, Bruce Smith, Chesapeake, Virginia, the great Charles Haley, Gladys, Virginia, the great Lawrence Taylor, Williamsburg, Virginia, Cam Chancellor, Newport News, Virginia, Willie Lanier, Richmond, Virginia, man. So, hey, it is yours. You have at it, Anthony.
The first thing I just wanted to say was, I'd like to see us make some adjustments earlier. I mean, he was just catching too many passes, man.
Too many. My man put up almost 30 fantasy points and didn't sniff the end zone. Too many.
Yeah.
Cooking.
Like I don't want to see us wait until halftime to make adjustments, because we got lucky. Like we almost could have lost this game.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And that was just a concern for me. Why not try to zone him out, double team him, something? I mean, do something. I mean, he was just running, catching passes. And I did put up a super chat, but I'm going to go ahead and talk about this. Mooney Ward, his coverage is inconsistent. His tackling is bad. Like, sometimes it seems like to me like he's not giving a full effort on plays, or maybe he's just that slow.
What? Wait. You said you put in a super chat. What's the name on the super chat?
Soulstar.
Oh, okay. So no comment. I have it here. I want to put it up on the screen, but there was no comment with it. It was just a $5 super chat. So I do have it here, though. I'll put it up on the screen while you're speaking.
Oh, okay. The comment didn't make it. Okay, that's fine. That's cool.
So you have a problem with Mooney Ward, much like myself. This was my beef behind the scenes. I wasn't going to bring. I was undecided on whether or not I wanted to voice my frustrations. But since we're here, you go ahead, and I'm gonna back you up 100%.
No, I'm just saying, like, it seems like sometimes he's just also he's giving us penalties too. Like, he's holding, he's just doing stuff that's unnecessary. It just seems like, to me, like he's just so inconsistent with his coverage. Just like when I think Atwell went across the field for a route, and the space that he had behind him, I was like, bro, what are you doing? Like, you're not going to catch him.
Yeah, that boy quick. Atwell is quick as a hiccup.
Sometimes, yeah, so I mean, and then shout out to Deontay Lenore.
Got that pick.
He did pretty well tonight too.
And he was doing that at the end of last year too. Yeah, man. He's coming on. He's coming on, Mike.
Okay. Yeah. I did want to piggyback on Terradome earlier. You were talking about Brock Purdy and him missing that pass to Brandon Ayuk, and also that pass to Debo.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow. But like you said, he's still a rookie. And I feel like down the road, he's not going to miss those passes.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No, he's going to grind.
He's going to grind. Oh, my God. Well, we should have like.
Yeah. Yeah. By week 15, 16, 17, Brock has shown me that if you come at him and critique him a little bit, he's going to police himself up and he's going to operate. And another thing, let me just be real. Let me just be honest with everybody. I just love the kid because he's a Christian dude who really puts his faith in front of him sometimes, and he knows where his help comes from.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
just
but
really
so was
like
Tim
that.
Tebow, and Tim Tebow was not a good quarterback. Like, don't
Yeah,
do that.
Tim
Don't put him-
Tebow didn't have the talent, Mike, but this dude do. He do, and he done just showed me that he pirouettes and throws with accuracy and knows what he's doing, and he's prepared, and he runs the offense. That's the difference. I can't just put any Christian. I can't put TD Jakes back there and say play quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. It's not that.
You brought up the religious aspect, not me. I'm just saying.
I know, and I'm bringing validity to it. It's not just that.
Right.
It's that he's just really, really good at what he did. He played ball in a Power 5. He's got the Bill Parcells commandments. He done won 23 of the 30 games. He went 66% in college. He got the prerequisite skills. And if he was black Brock Purdy, we'd be like, oh, that nigga going to Super Bowl.
Oh, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Now, look.
We would. But he got
Listen.
drafted last, and he's like the last pick. He's like, oh, white man can't jump. He's just the last pick in the draft, and don't worry about the last pick. Just get that dude the ball. He'll score you.
He'll get the designations of the sneaky athletic quarterback and things like that. But this is what I will say, though, you know, and not to beat a dead horse or anything. You said it perfectly, Mike. This is 8 regular season games. You know, this is not a 3-year veteran. This is not even a guy who has played 16 NFL games. Right. He's got some things that he has to adjust to as well. You know, a lot of the times what we want to look at is the culmination of what happened for us to get to where we are. When you get rid of a Jimmy Garoppolo, who had been a 7-year NFL veteran, right? And then you say, well, we're going to replace Jimmy Garoppolo with this guy that we trade all this up to get with number 3 overall. And the guy that we're going to replace him with is so good that we're going to play him. Now it's like, well, he's supposed to be better than Jimmy, and he's supposed to be better than Trey, and he's supposed to be way up here now. So this guy is supposed to be good and ready to go, right? That's the thought process when you step back and look at it. But then reality does have to set in, and we have to say that this guy has played in limited snaps, limited opportunities in the NFL. That college, the college experience, as much as people like to credit that to him and all that, means absolutely nothing in the NFL. Absolutely nothing. Now, it's cool. It's a good thing to make him a prospect, but how does that translate to the NFL? And that story is still unwritten. Now, we've got a couple chapters in the book. But we're a long ways away from this book being over. In fact, even when this book ends, there's going to be multiple books. Have y'all ever read the Game of Thrones series? It's 5 books, and there's 2 more coming still. So all I'm saying is the chapters don't make a difference. It's how the story ends. And so I think we're going to be okay with him. I sincerely do, but I don't think people are wrong to critique and criticize or have questions at the current moment with what we see from Brock Purdy. Those throws, man. I mean, oh my goodness, if they weren't there, like what else? What else do you
I would have
want,
been
bro?
like, oh my! I would have been on Twitter if he would have hit those couple of throws up long. Oh my God! Everybody who called him a noodle arm and everything, Mike, I would have been hard to live with, and that's why God didn't let me have it today. And speaking of books, everybody within the sound of my voice, the book behind me right now is Get This in Your Spirit. It's written by a really great guy, Hugh Terror. I go in on LeBron. I go in on how we look at things, conversations with everybody in America. It's on Amazon. It's on Ex Libris. Check my book out, Hugh Terror. Get This in Your Spirit. If you can.
Oh, literally over your shoulder right there. Okay, I see you. I see you. Okay.
Yeah. I'm messing up. Is it right there? Right there?
Yeah. No, it's inverted. Now you can change your settings on your camera if you wanted to. But you got to point right when you want to go left.
Yeah, there you go.
Listen, my other brother from Virginia here.
From VA, that's Anthony, man. Anthony from Woodbridge. They call it Hoodbridge. It's up there near Potomac Mill.
Go ahead, Anthony. You good?
I just wanted to say one more thing. the one thing that I think Brock Purdy is great, but I do want to see him bring us back from being down.
See,
a touchdown and a field goal. Like, I want to see him bring us back in a game. Once he does that, like, oh my gosh.
See, all right, Anthony.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to let you go because I'm about to disagree with everything you said, and I don't want you to take it personal.
Wait, why you say that?
No. Listen,
no. I'm
Hey,
not.
Anthony, don't take it that's Mike. That's Mike. I'm here. I got
No,
you.
I'm
Don't
not-
worry
I'm-
about
I'm-
it.
I'm-
Mike gonna do something.
I'm just saying I want to see that.
Okay, so let me defend that. Let me defend that, right? Let me defend that. I don't want to see it, and I'm going to tell you why. Hear me out, right? There's two things in this system with Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo I had 100% confidence and faith in. Scripted plays being one, and 2-minute drills being the other one. We should never be down 2+ scores in a Kyle Shanahan system with either one of those guys at the quarterback position. If they say that these guys know this system so well and they can operate within the rhythm of this offense, the only way something like that should happen, the only time something like that should happen where we fall behind multiple scores in a game is if the offensive line just flat out doesn't show up. And if that's the case, he even can't bring us back. You understand what I'm saying? Because this team,
I agree.
Kyle Shanahan is going on record. I don't just script the first 15. Sometimes I do 30, 32 plays, right? And then there's the 2-minute drive.
Yeah.
And this team showed us with no timeouts going down the field, with less than 2 minutes on the clock, no timeouts, we drove all the way down the field and literally scored on the last second in the end zone. Not just a field goal, in the end zone. Kyle managed that clock so well. It was perfection. Even with the pending penalty, we were going to get some points out of that drive.
No doubt.
Now, whether it was 3 or 7,
right,
we got some help there at the end. We helped ourselves, however you want to look at it. But if there's two things that the quarterback that Kyle has confidence in does well, it's the scripted plays. You know what? Forget the quarterback that he has confidence in. Nick Mullins did it.
Yeah.
C.J. Beathard did it. Brian Hoyer did it. Jimmy Garoppolo did it. Every single quarterback that Kyle has had in here, when it came to scripted plays, this man was on it. I can't tell you how many times I saw the 49ers drive down the field with Brian Hoyer and boom, an easy 7. I'm like, oh, we in this game. And the next thing you know, it was like, all right, well, where's the next 7? Right? It's like, where's the next 7? We should never. And then with the defense being as good as it is, right? The Niners have a standard on defense, right? 4 out of the past 5 years, we have been a top 3 or better defense, right? If the defense continues to hold that torch the way that they have been, and Kyle does what he does with his starting quarterback, we should never be down 2 scores. I don't want to see it. That's an ugly day. That's an ugly day that causes quarterbacks to get frazzled, that causes them to try to force some throws, that causes them to get out of character, right? Kyle is employing these guys because of their character, because of their poise. And he's going to tell these guys, hey, trust me. Trust me, trust the system, trust your surroundings. If it ever gets to that point, something major happened outside of the realm of whether or not the quarterback can do it. I personally don't want to see it. I don't want to see it.
I got you. I appreciate you guys taking my call, though.
Yeah, thank you, Anthony, man. Love you, man. God bless your family. God bless you, my brother, and everything you touch.
Love you guys too, man.
Virginia,
I enjoy listening to both of you guys.
Thank you very much, Anthony. You stay safe out there, man.
VA in the house.
All right, take care.
2 up, 2 down, baby. Hey, it's a VA thing.
Every time Usher did the whole peace up, A-Town down, I always thought of VA. I always did my brain was because I have a lot of family from Virginia also. My family's in Norfolk, Suffolk, and Virginia Beach. You know, the
know all area. Of them. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have family. What is it? Right off the 13 before the Chesapeake. What is that, Charles?
That's Boykins, Virginia. That is near Emporia. That is Man, I went to college not too far from their junior college. I went to Hertford County in Chowan College. I went there for 2 years, transferred up to Virginia Union. Yeah, I know about 13. You get off 95 and you head east and
there you
head
go.
on down.
I know your wife can hear me, but let me tell you, there's this little hole in the wall club over there, man.
Uh-oh.
Right off of 13. I'm not gonna say no names, and I'm not gonna put you in a tough spot, but let me tell you something. As a brother from up north,
the comments expressed by Mike Andrews do not necessarily reflect those of Terror Dome.
Bro, when you walk in, they just hear the difference in the accent. They see the difference in the way you dress. They see the difference in the kind of car you drive.
They was on you,
bruh.
It
was my daughter standing right here. I can't say much else, but let me tell you, man.
Amen. Let the church say amen. Amen.
Yes, I'm gonna come upstairs and say goodnight to you guys. Okay. All right. I saw how much you got done. I'm still on my live though. Okay. I love you. All right. Good night. I'll be up there later.
Mike Andrews, ladies and gentlemen, he plays so beautiful. Don't you agree?
So listen, all right, let's talk about this game though really quick, Terry Dome. We'll wrap this thing up here. I don't want to keep you on all night. I do appreciate you making some time to finish the show out here with me. You know, I think you get a sense that I don't like doing shows by myself. I like to be able to bounce some things off of each other. Now, I don't mind doing shows by myself, but I just feel like there's a better give and take when I have someone to bounce things off of. You know, I'm looking at the overall game here, and I want to talk about the penalties. I want to talk about the penalties. Now, last week, the Niners had way too many. This week, it ended up balancing out. Both teams had 6 penalties. In fact, there was only a difference of 2 total yards between the 6 penalties for the two teams. The Niners finished with 57 yards, while the Rams finished with 55. Terry Dome, these penalties are serious problem. They're untimely. I mean, there's never a good time for a penalty, but I just feel like they happen at the worst time for the Niners, man. Talk to me about what we can do to improve it, but more importantly than improving it, right? Why is it happening so much?
Pre-snap penalties are a product of no concentration. When you get pre-snap penalties, you could have totally avoided those. Things like a false start, things like lining up in too far in the backfield, things like the dumb stuff that you can avoid that. Aggression penalties, man, you got to check your emotions at the door. You know daggone well the dude out of bounds. Why are you hitting him? You know daggone well a face mask. You know you grabbing that face mask when you grabbing at it. Come on, stop it. It's some penalties that are just truly unavoidable. And then there are good penalties, believe it or not. When the Rams we were first in goal, or I think it was second in goal, and that kid caught a holding penalty in the end zone. It's not that bad of a penalty. You know why? Because all they can do is move the ball half the distance to the goal. That thing cost you a yard is 3 feet. That thing cost you 1.5 feet.
Let's go. Come on now.
And avoided them 6 points.
Yes, it did.
So, you know, every penalty has its own context, but we can't have concentration mess ups where you flinch. The snap count when I 98 block pass special, pink sticky F left on one, ready, break. And you out here, I'm giving the little signals down, said ready 88, said, and you flinching. I can't have that. That's just bonehead non-concentration.
Right. Yeah, Ronnie.
Bonehead non-concentration. Got to clean it up. If you're going to play championship football, if you're going to be at the top levels, if you're going to be there in January and February, that has got to be cleaned up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Ronnie, man, I want to get you in here. We did do them after Kyle Shanahan did his presser, but I'll take another one with you, brother. Come on, Ronnie, if you in here, man. Let's do some more victory shots, man.
Come on, Ron. Yeah, victory, baby. It's
Yeah,
victory.
man. We in here. We're gonna
my
celebrate tonight.
God, my God, I have the victory.
For Life Niners in the building. I see Ronnie down there now. Steve Fox is still there. If he wants to come on and do another one with us, I see him heading to the kitchen. Let's go, man. My boys are in the building.
Ronnie,
Let's go,
Bobby,
baby.
get Quest for 4. He's from Churchill. That is Northside Richmond, man. That is, hey, Mike, that ain't an easy place to be in, baby. Get Quest for 4 in here.
Quest for 6. Come on, man.
Quest for 6.
Let's
get
go,
on
y'all.
up here, man. Get on in here, man.
Get on in here, fellas, man. I'm going to open up
like
the
a
screen
mug.
here.
I represent Richmond, VA, Northside, Southside, Henrico, Chesterfield, all of it.
Let's see if Quest for 6 is going to come in here, man. Let's see if he comes in here. I want to get this victory shot in here. I don't want anybody to think that I was ducking or dodging them, because that was not the case at all. The link is in there. I will do one more victory shot for you guys, or with you guys, not for you guys. I'm not doing it for anybody. I'm doing it with you guys. And then we will go ahead and throw this one back. He said facts. Forget the facts. Get your ass in the chat. Let's go, man. Get in here. Where you at, man? Come on.
Come on, represent VA, man. Get your little something.
Come on, man.
Come on, Quest for 6, man.
Let me pour up another one. Y'all see the glass is empty here. Now, Terradome, I'm not going to encourage you to do anything that you don't want to do, but
I do. And this is, communion. You have communion.
Hey, go ahead, Terradome. Hey, drink that living water. Go ahead.
You have communion at the end of service. All you got to say is, do this in remembrance of me.
No, he didn't. All praise to the Most High. All praise to the Most High.
All praises. Somebody been to Sunday school. Mike,
more now.
I need to see you in Sunday school there, son.
Hey, listen, man, I did my time, man, and I have come to understand that religion of any kind is within. Now let me tell you, I come from a long family. My grandmother's a pastor, my mom. Guys, I'm gonna tell y'all something I don't know if I've ever said on here before, but I was a choir director at my church. I got down with the get down. So let me just be very, very clear. The scripture is in me. It is a part of who I am. So I want to make no mistakes or qualms about that at all. You can talk to my children, ask them to run off 23rd Psalms or the Lord's Prayer. They give it to you like it's nothing. You know what I'm saying? So listen, it is a part of who I am. I think some people call it Zen, some people call it meditation, some people call it praying, some people call it positive energy and good vibes. Whatever it is that you call it, as long as you have a way to center yourself, I am all for it. I am all for it. Some people go into the car and just turn on music, and that's their place of serenity. I am all for that, man. Whatever it takes for you to get grounded and leveled. We all need that getaway. So I make sure that you guys do that. All right. So I don't see Quest for 6 in here.
Oh,
I still don't see him.
I'm taking it for you, young man. I'm taking
there you go.
The communion for you. Amen. Get this in your spirit.
Let's get those shot glasses up. Let's get those drinks up, fellas. All right. Cheers.
Cheers.
Pass the gums. Watch out, tummy. Here it comes. Let's go, baby. All right. Now,
communion.
What I want to do is highlight some of my guys here. We're going to start with Ronnie, since this is your fault. I wasn't planning on doing another one. I got work early in the morning, and you don't care about my well-being at all. But it's cool. We here. Ronnie, take yourself off of mute. The floor is going to be yours. Give us some thoughts on the game. If you have questions for me or for Terradome or anybody else on the panel, let's go ahead, man. The floor is yours.
Pretty much everybody touched on everything that I was already going to say. I love the fact that finally I'm seeing Kyle Shanahan coaching, going for it. I was tired of always getting field goals. We don't get enough points for field goals, and teams always come back on us when we do that. So love seeing us going for it. It's about time. That's going to really do that little bit extra. That's what's going to make us win that 1 or 2 extra games that we fell off from last year. Besides that, Purdy's doing his thing. He's the first quarterback to give us that confidence that even if we're down, don't worry. He's got us. Don't worry.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I have Before I used to be like, oh my God, no. Oh, now I'm just like, don't worry. Don't worry.
He was
Did you
having,
see that?
heart palpitations with Jimmy G. I'm like, oh,
No more,
Lord.
no more Jimmy Garoppolo jitters, bro. No more Jimmy
no
Garoppolo
heart
jitters.
attacks.
I don't know what it was, man.
When I saw them march down just before the half and get that, I was like, yeah, we're good. We're good.
Yeah.
We're good.
You got it. Yes, sir.
He said his wife just came in. You got to get permission, bro. Like what?
Hey, Quest for 6. Hey, man.
Mrs.
Hey,
Quest.
keep your wife happy. Whatever you need to do, man. Hey,
Mrs.
don't let
Quest.
us upset your happy
Can-
house.
can he
Mike
take-
is like Terrence Howard on on
Empire.
on the best man. On the best
Yeah.
man.
No, not on the
Yeah,
best
man.
Don't let Mike
go too far.
Mrs. Quest for 6. Can he take a shot with us? Give him permission. Can you sign the permission slip for him to come on the air real quick? It'll just be 2 seconds.
All the Nana Nation
in front of all the homies.
Oh,
All
hey,
the homies
get it in.
now.
Hey, get it in. Get it in. You mind? Hey, if he's throwing it, you better catch it. Get it in.
Terrence Howard.
Man.
Let me just put a little bit of pressure on him there. Let me put a little bit of pressure on him. But Ronnie, man, I do want to ask you this question, man.
Yeah.
At what point in the season do we start to see Nick Bosa turning? And you know what? Don't even answer that. I'm going to officially set the over/under of sacks for Nick Bosa at only 8.5.
Ooh.
Do you think he beats that this year? Now, I want you to think about some things. He's got this huge deal. He's got this huge contract. And when Bosa has been healthy, he has always surpassed that number. He is healthy. However, he's been limited. He said he felt good. He thinks that he's going to be playing without restrictions. And this was about, he didn't say it in these words, but he said something that indicated this is more about getting ready for Thursday. We got a game in just 4 days here. So he wants to be ready. Do you think Nick Bosa will break that 8.5 sack mark for this season?
Yes, I think he'll break it. But more so, I think we're seeing what happens when you're not at training camp.
Yes, sir.
This is what happens when you're not at training camp.
Yeah.
He is gonna what the team normally does, the slow start. The team is doing what they're doing because they were there. He's doing his slow start. So this is his preseason. He's not getting, the numbers he should get right now because his body's getting ready. Even though he's built, he's got the muscles, he's got the know-how. It's just not a game. Now he's getting live bullets. So it'll take a couple games. I think after game 4 is when we start seeing him go. Game 4.
That's when we see them Cowboys.
Yes.
I will be.
Yes.
Man, I can't wait.
I will be with you, Mike. I will be with
I'll
Wayne
be there,
Breesy.
baby.
I'll be
Let's
with
go.
all of y'all. We'll be tailgating, and this is going to be a showdown.
Yes, because right now
those Cowboys look like they serious.
we got the 2 games without Bosa. Normally we do a slow start. We're already ahead of the game, so let's just
ahead of the slow starts.
We're ahead.
Ahead of
We're
the
ahead of
slow
the slow
starts.
starts.
Real business.
So,
Yeah.
by game
And you know
4,
what? To touch on what you said, Ronnie, to touch on what you said about Bosa, bro. Bosa, this is his training camp. This is his. This is his everything right now. So, the look on his face on the sideline when everybody thinks that he's over there bending down and he's gassed out. No, he's over there. He's like, okay, let me get back into it. Let me get into it. That's his time to start. Guess what? We're 2-0, baby. Let him get his time to start. Let him get all that. Let him get all that. He over there got the big. He got the big pat. He got the big fat Wallace right now. Let him get all that, guaranteed.
And what you said, just warming up. The engine's warming up. That's all. Just warming up.
I say 9+.
That's what's holding them back.
I say 9+ on the sacks. 9+, because he's already putting the pressure on the side, bro. He's already putting pressure. He's already doing that. That's leaving Javon Hargrave to come up and that's why I sent you a chat in. I mean, not a chat, a super chat in earlier. I was like, give the game ball to the whole team because you can see the whole team playing within itself. Like, bro, come on, man. Like, get the game ball to the whole team. On the second week, come on, bro. When's the last time we seen this?
Yeah.
When is it? I'm over here. I'm screaming at the TV like I'm at the game, bro. You know
That's
what I'm
right.
saying? Like,
You
come
and me
on,
both.
bro.
That's how you supposed to do it.
Yeah,
You
come
and me
on.
both, brother.
That's
and
how
me
you
both.
do it, baby. Like, come on. My neighbor's about to call the police on me right now, but let them come out here. They better be Niner fans because they
That's
can come
right.
enjoy my
That's
screaming
right.
with me. You feel me?
You better have
Knock
it
it
on.
off.
They better have it on.
I'm over here getting hype after the game too. Come on.
That's right. That's right, man. That's right. You know, I said something, to start the season. I said, if the Niners find a way to start the season 2-0, the NFL
Come
better
on.
watch out.
Yes,
the NFL
sir.
better watch out because we just getting warmed up. We start slow and we finish strong. If this is the slow start that y'all seeing and we putting up 30 points a game,
Come on now.
Exactly.
just imagine.
Come
Just
on now.
imagine when we become
30
the
Purdy,
well-oiled
man.
machine.
30 Purdy.
But I must say that next game that we're gonna play against LA, that's gonna be a monster. It's gonna be a
Come on
monster.
now.
That's gonna
Hey,
be the
Cooper's
last
back.
game.
If Cooper Cup's back and everybody else, it's gonna be a dogfight.
And
Yes,
if they
sir.
pull this trade off with Jonathan Taylor,
Yeah.
they're gonna be a little different.
It's gonna be a dogfight. But
Yeah.
we'll be on all cylinders by then. We'll be running that V10 by then. We're good.
Boy.
Hey, and let me ask this. How would y'all rate this game right now? I know it wasn't a blowout. I predicted the score to be 27-17, bro. And I was at the edge of my seat when you see in that fourth quarter in the end of the half, it was that score right there. And I'm telling my wife, like, babe,
yeah.
it might be.
No,
And then
I
they went
expected
kick the
30.
field goal. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, they messed up my whole business.
30.
That messed up
You know?
a lot of Vegas guys.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
He
That's what
wanted
I'm
to
saying.
just do it.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Vegas for hey, Churchill in the house.
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
What's up, baby? Montezuma.
Hey, I heard Mike over there. I heard Mike talking crazy. My wife just came back from Texas. You know what I'm saying?
Word up, word up.
You know,
wife is from out of town. Okay,
That was
she's
Mike,
getting back
bro.
from out of town.
Hey, Tara don't know, man. I know. Happy wife, happy life, man. I try to
Oh,
include her
yeah.
in everything, man. Yeah.
Man, hey, nothing like a woman scoring, bro. You better make her happy, bro. You feel me?
Right?
Real business. Hey,
Well,
that's real
third
actual
power.
factuals.
Yeah.
Hey, look, G, I usually don't get online, but for this one, I had to.
My man.
Hey,
No,
hey,
go ahead and
come
get it
in,
poured up.
bro.
You got
But
it
shout
poured
out
up,
to
Quest?
everybody, man. Shout out to everybody. You know, I watch the channel all the time. You know, big ups to everybody.
That's love. That's love right there. You got it poured up already?
Everybody. I just went to a family function outdoor at Pop. T, you know what I'm talking about.
What's up? Wait, where'd you go?
Door at Pop.
Door at Pop. All right. I hear you.
Right. And I had a family. You know, half of my family is 49ers fan. And I found out that my cousin is Arrington Jones, who used to play for the 49ers.
What?
You gotta get the other half of the family now. You gotta get the other half of the family.
Exactly. You're right.
Now listen.
All in my family who are Niner fans, and I'm gonna let you go, Mike. All in my family either played college football or played high level high school football or played in the NFL. They all Niner fans. Everybody else is just trying to catch up. They still stuck on them Redskins or Washington Commanders
right now.
Commodores or something like that. So I'm
Yeah.
with you, bro. I'm with you.
Yeah. Now, Quest for 6, man. I got to know. Do you have it poured up already? You ready to go over there?
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
All right. So we can't really see you. We got the silhouette because the light is behind you. If the light's behind you, it's going to black you out. But it's all good. As long as you tell me you're ready. Uh-oh, here we go. Oh, my man is out
there he is. There he is. Peekaboo.
There he is. There he is. Okay. With the wife beater.
There he is.
Politically correct. We're not supposed to say the wife beater.
I want a shot.
She want a shot. Who said that?
Oh, damn it.
Was that the wife? She want a shot. Hey, pour
I
her
want
a
a
shot.
shot.
Where'd she go?
We're doing shots. Woo!
And he came in there with the Debo slingshot on, though.
Get her something to drink too. Hold on now. Don't
got the
leave her
Debo
out.
slingshot on.
Hey,
Hey, everybody tuck your chain. Debo here.
Hey, check it out. It's a 49er chain.
Here we go.
Okay, all right. Let me bring my back out there.
I'll bring it out too.
There you go. Hey, we ready? We're gonna do one more here.
Yes, sir.
We all good? We ready?
Let's
Let's
go.
throw it back. Here's the 3. Come on, let's get this third one now on Thursday. Here we go. Cheers, y'all.
Cheers.
That's what I'm talking about.
Sweet nectar of victory. Do
That's
this
what I'm
in
talking about
remembrance
right
of
there,
me.
man.
Amen.
Quest for 6,
Hey,
man. I
hey,
appreciate
is there a such thing as a YouTube UI? Like, like a DUI? You know what I'm saying?
Check your keys. Check your keys.
He talking about a
You know what I'm saying?
85.
Let's be careful, man. Hey, don't be drunk and recording, bro. Be careful.
Hey, listen, man.
Yeah, don't move around. Everybody stay where you're at and just
Yeah, just stay there. Stay in one spot.
Yeah, don't be walking.
And drink some water after too.
Yeah. Dilute it.
Go ahead, Ronnie. What were you about to say?
That's an 85-inch behind.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
I thought
this was
Ronnie
a good
gonna call
win.
me out. I had a couple
I'm happy
of
that we
times.
did this victory shot. That's all I wanted. I want.
I
thought. Yeah,
I thought somebody
I
was
wanted.
gonna call me out for
Yeah.
my YUI, my YouTubing while under the influence. I had a couple of times on here, man.
There you go,
where,
bro. That's it right there. That's it right there.
I
Yes,
pulled
sir.
over in the gas station during the live stream and just went to sleep because I thought I was good to drive, and I was like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Why are there so many lines on the road? And there wasn't that many lines on the road at all. I realized my vision wasn't quite where we're supposed to be, so I pulled over and took a little power nap during the live stream. You know what I'm saying?
As you should. As you should.
You know, better safe than sorry, man. I always tell people, if you're out and about, man, be careful. So,
And that's and real shit, Mike. We need you here, bro. We need you here. We need you here, bro. Come on now.
Be safe, be
Real business.
responsible. Please have your
Absolutely.
communion at home where you can just get and pull sheets afterwards. Don't
Real
be
business.
out here cutting the food. You just wait until you get to that house. Wait
Yeah.
till you get in. We don't want anything to happen to any 49ers. Drink responsibly.
Hey, Mike.
Have
The only
communion
thing we want you guys crashing into is your pillow. That's it.
Yeah,
Man,
crash
hey,
Just your pillow.
to the pillow.
real business. I always got this saying right here when I be getting off work, and everybody like, "Hey man, say what you finna do." I'm like, "Man, I'm finna go home, give my pillow some head real quick." You know, you know what I'm saying?
Did you hear him, Mike?
And that's not a pause moment because that's not a pause moment. You got to break down the metaphor. You hear me?
Yeah,
It's not a pause moment.
Nah, I don't know. That might be pause worthy.
Nah, I don't think so, bro. It's metaphorically, bro. Come on. Those are the spitters, bro. Those are the spitters.
What are you
Mike.
talking about?
Hey, turn on.
What's up, my brother?
Hey, Mike was clowning me. See, she's still in the bed. I don't know if y'all can see her. She in the bed.
Oh, damn.
Just saying that protection, baby.
You over there giving the pillow the head. See? Giving the pillow the head, bro.
Hey, yeah, man.
She's out for the count, man. That's good, man. Let her get some rest.
There, Quest for 6. You from Richmond. Hey, it's just players, pimps, and ball players come out of Richmond. God bless you.
and some really, really good music producers too. I don't want y'all to exclude the hip hop. This is 50 years of hip hop right here, and we would be foolish to exclude Virginia and some of those producers that they have from out there. If I'm not mistaken,
Timberland,
y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but Missy Elliott, Timberland, isn't Pharrell from Virginia as well?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We all down
Come on,
here,
man.
We all laying it down, man. We just love.
Hey, bros. Hey, can I touch on one topic that I noticed when I was watching the game, bro? Was if I got the floor real quick.
Go ahead, bro.
Is when Brock Purdy had that overthrow to Debo. You remember that?
Yeah.
Did you see that second one? That if that was a good throw, that was a touchdown.
Yeah.
But did you see Brock Purdy's face? Did you see Brock Purdy's face when he was walking off the field?
He wanted it.
Man, that right there, when I saw Brock Purdy's face, I'm like, oh yeah. Come on, let the Giants come on, because that's not gonna happen again. That's like this young boy, whatever you want to call him, because he damn near looks older than me now, how he's on the field right now. You feel me? But I'm like, he's learning from those mistakes. And it's week 2. It's not late on in the season. It's early in the season. And this man's out there getting it like it's damn near the Super Bowl. You see what I'm saying? Like just the poise that he's bringing, bro. Like, man, that when I saw that, I'm like, okay, we low key might got one. I know there's ups and downs, but he's going through his ups and downs right now. Week 2, going into week 3, let's check him out. I guarantee, bro, he ain't gonna have no overthrows like that to Debo,
He's
bro.
winning with his ups and downs. He's
Hold
winning.
up. Yes, and we're winning, bro. But I'm just saying, like the poise that he had on his face, like that, I should have had that.
Oh,
like
yeah.
he's walking off like
He's the type of dude harder on himself than anybody else.
Anybody else, bro.
I know,
Anybody else.
I know what that is. Go ahead,
Yes,
Mike.
sir.
Go ahead, give it to us,
Time
Mike.
out. Time out. So what you're telling me is when Kyle dials up the shot, not a shot, when Kyle dials up the shot on Thursday Night Football with the whole world watching, because that's the time to do it.
Yeah.
Right? You want to do it so that the rest of the league respects it when we got to play them. So when Kyle dials up the shot on Thursday Night Football in front of the whole world, what you're telling me is that he's going to connect.
What I'm telling you is this right here. He better connect, because what I saw, how he was walking off the field and how he was low-key checking himself without anybody walking up. Like, didn't nobody go up there tapping his helmet, doing all this? He was tapping his own helmet like, man, I got to get my shit together. Excuse my language, but like, let me get my boo-boo together. Let me get this. I seen something. It made me step up. Like, go ahead, Purdy. Like, I seen it, bro. I seen something, bro, to where it was like, and Trey Lance, bro, I don't want to bring up old shit, but Trey Lance, bro, he did not have that. You feel me? He did not have that with the Niners, bro. He didn't have that.
I ain't going there.
Hey, Purdy's walking off the side, bro, like amped up. Like, hold on, whoa. I'm a Trey Lance, like that's my dude, bro. Man, don't let me get into that, bro. Please don't let me. But anyway, bro. Anyway, I'm just saying, like, bro, I'm almost what's in front of the jersey right now, bro, and Purdy's doing that. And I see him checking himself, bro, before anybody else is checking him. And to what you said, Mike, bro, real business. Purdy is going to ball out against these Giants, bro. And how do we do in prime time all the time?
Come on.
Come on now. Right? We ball out in prime time. This Thursday night football against what, the Giants?
I'm coming from
bro.
LA to New York, and
come on now.
I'm covering everything.
Right back to the house, bro. Right back like we never left nothing, bro.
And Mike, what it's reticent of, man, is the great Kobe Bryant, who you have me. I have behind my shoulder, Black Mamba mentality. I think this dude is going to go to practice. If he ain't there now, tomorrow morning, this dude gonna throw that thing 400 times to make sure this will never happen again.
I'm calling Cat. Hey, listen, man.
That's how these guys go.
Let's do it, Mike. Come on, let's do it, bro. Let's do it
like that. It's some cats that go hard like that, man.
I want him to work on it, but I don't want to see him doing 400 throws before Thursday, because that arm is going to be shot by the time we need him to do
and you know what, too? I don't want to see Christian McCaffrey taking all them carries neither.
Come on now.
Come on. What other number did you see besides 23 behind the front? Come on.
I didn't see any Elijah Mitchell. I didn't see any JP Mason. I didn't see
nothing, bro.
TDP. I think
I didn't even see the water boy. Come on, bro. Like, come on, man. Hey, look, don't get me wrong. Christian McCaffrey did his thing, but this is week 2. We still got how many games left?
We got 15.
Come on, bro. Ain't nobody really Superman, man. We can label people like that, but ain't nobody, man. Come on.
Even Bo Jackson got hurt.
My girl from Jersey is in the building. She said, "You know what, Mike?" She said, "There's too much of this Virginia love going on. I got to balance this out a little bit." And Jersey had to come in here and represent.
Hey, it's Toronto, Canada.
We love NJ too.
We're up here in Toronto.
Jack Tatum, you know I love New Jersey, man. You know how we go, Melissa.
But I think I was giving too much love to the South people, man. New Jersey had to come in here and represent. Melissa, what's going on, love? How you doing over there?
The Jersey had to come in here and say she's finally going to be able to represent one of the very best East Coast Niner channels to ever exist in nothing but Niners, because she finally won something and will finally have something that is going to represent not only both Mikes, but Tony and Breezy and everybody else that she's admired for over 3 years. So I had to come on this channel and I had to celebrate this because it is a huge deal for me. And these guys have literally changed my life. Like every year, I think I pissed off Breezy enough with it that I tag Mike and Breezy every September. And I thank them for having me on their show, even though he called me Martha. And
who called you Martha?
I got
Mike.
He did. Mike did.
way.
And the funny thing is, his wife was actually named Melissa. And
Mike.
not only that, not only that, but he is from Jersey and he didn't know what the Jersey area code was. Breezy had to tell him it was a Jersey area code.
Mike.
Blame it on the alcohol.
Oh, blame it on the.
You know I'm messing with you, Mike. I got mad love for you. Every
I was
year
about to
tell
start
you that.
beatboxing right now.
It is all love. I can't believe I called you Martha. I don't even remember that, so I had to be nice and toasty. Or it was our first time, one of our first times interacting with each other. I don't know.
It was literally the first time I was ever acknowledged by you guys. I popped in a few times that August. And I think maybe one time my comment got pulled up because I mentioned one of your favorite players. And I think the reason why it stood out for me so much was because Breezy was so against me calling in because I wanted to talk about the fullbacks at that time. And he's just Kyle Juszczyk.
Melissa,
He's like,
Melissa
it's
not
Kyle
a big
Juszczyk. Do we
guy.
really have to do this phone call? And you were like, oh, calm down, Breezy. Like, she'll do both. And you didn't know it was a she then, but it was that phone call saved my life. So as much as it might drive you too crazy, I don't think I'm ever gonna let it go because I got a second family because of that phone call. Like that's the crazy thing about these podcasts. Like you don't know the impact that you're gonna have on someone's life until they cannot kind of come out and feel comfortable enough to mention it. And these guys literally give me a second family. These guys have given me guardian angels, have pulled me through the roughest couple months of my life, and I will be eternally grateful for them.
Hey, and Melissa, and guess what?
We here for you.
We ain't going nowhere. We still got your back, shorty. Like we here. This is what we do.
And the best part about Mike, and I fought him for years over it, and I finally have let it go. But I think Mike has been the one that's taught me more than anybody. It's okay not to be liked, and it's okay to like who you like, and be unforgiving about it.
Come on now.
It's not everybody's not like that. Everybody's like, oh, I kind of like this guy, but I don't want to really ruffle this side of the fan base or this side of the fan base, or I really, even though I want to defend the guy, I kind of have to like talk it back a little bit because I don't want to upset people because they have an issue with this guy. And Mike's like that one fan who's just a fan. He's like unapologetically gonna tell you how he sees it, and I'll be damned. And if anyone knows anything about my home state, that's what Jersey is.
Come on now.
We own our attitude.
I know.
We own our attitude. We right up in your face. We'll love you more than anybody else. We're loyal more than anybody else. But that does not mean that you will ever break us.
Come on now.
Amen.
That's how we
That's
ride.
right. And that's right. And you know what too? Like not to cut nobody off.
It's not just the pizza trust. You know what I'm saying? It's not just the pizza out here in Jersey that's the best in the world, by the way. It's not just the pizza, right? It's the attitude and the jug handles, Melissa. You got to let them know. You got to let them know how we get down out here, right?
Okay, right? So let's just say for sake of sakes, Jersey Strong is not like some kitschy little phrase between all of us. Jersey Strong is a credo in a way of life.
It's a mindset. It's a mindset.
Respect.
Come on now. That's how we get down out here, y'all. Make no mistake about it, man. If you from Jersey, you just wired different. You have to be. You have to be. We too close to New York. We're not as nasty as the people in New York, but we also are way more like passionate than the people from New York. I'm sorry. The people from New York want to move to Jersey for a reason. That's all I'm saying.
That's Mike, y'all. That's Mike.
All I'm saying. Listen, man. Listen, I went to Whitney Houston's house. Huge house that she had out here in Jersey, right? I'm out there doing a rat trap service. Okay. Oh well, that sounds bad. I'm not saying Whitney Houston had rats. Hold on. Wait. Let me correct what I'm saying.
A rat trap, sir.
No. It was a very
Clean it
nice
up, Mike.
property.
Clean
All
it
right,
up.
come on. Hey, come
It was
on,
a
go
very
ahead.
nice property in a wooded area in North Jersey. So you do rat trapping outside of the home. This was like a business thing. Like it wasn't about, I have an infestation in the house. This is preventative measure. So let me be very clear with what I'm saying, right? And when you get out there,
He's not lying though. There's
these
certain
people,
homes these
come on.
rats get into your walls, even if you have them sealed. They
Come
will
on.
find any kind of cracks. They
Yeah.
will go up your storm drain. Like
Yeah.
they do not want to deal with the snow and the cold.
Whitney Houston had all the money in the world. and she stayed
You're
in
dealing
Jersey.
with master splinter rats.
Yes.
That's what.
No,
Yeah,
they
master
different, bro.
splinter, bro.
They
That's what
different.
it is.
Listen, man, I could tell
They
y'all
over there growing
I could tell
Ninja
y'all
Turtles in the sewers.
some nightmare stories. We laughing, right? But listen, we did some rat trapping out at the Jersey State Prison. Well, it's Trenton State, whatever it's called now. I'm not sure what it's called now. And we were out there doing our trapping service, and all the dead rats were showing up wet. And we were trying to figure out, why are all these rats wet when we find the bodies? Long story short, we go down to the basement and we see a rat, and she runs, and then they have this drain system in the basement of and it kind of like the floors go like this, like to drain the water
To drain
out,
everything.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this rat is running from us and she dives into the water. Okay, and we like, oh, she gonna come out they can't breathe underwater, like
yeah,
right, she about to come out. And we stood there like idiots. 3 minutes go by and we say, where is the rat? Where is the rat? Shorty never came up. She never came up. So we said, hey, prison, give us a call when the water is drained out and we can do some investigation, right? They give us a call back 2 weeks later. We get out there and
she will
we
never
investigate.
end up in that part of ever again. She'll find somewhere else to go.
Let me tell you what she did. So the floor is shaped like this, and then right in the middle is like this little dip for the drain.
For the drain to go out to the outside, right to the streets.
Right. So we thinking.
So the rat never came out at the bottom of the drain.
Let me tell you what they did. They
got an out route.
And routes. No. Shorty was inside the prison. She dove into the water. But what happened is, because the floor is slanted like this, she went into the canal, but they burrowed up underground.
Oh, okay.
Because they burrowed up, the water never carried up that high, and that's where. Listen,
that's
man,
how smart they are.
The rats are different in Jersey. If you don't think the humans are going to be wired different, the fucking rats in Jersey are wired different. we just a whole different breed out here, and that's how we wire. Melissa, shout out to you for coming on here, holding me down, man. I gave too much love. I gave too much love.
Different.
And we in here. We in here. Now, Melissa, I got to ask you this question though, because I'm asking the question of everybody that comes onto the platform tonight. Y'all know how I do when we have people on. My question is going to be this. No. I did you want to talk about Purdy? Because I can give you a Purdy question, but it wasn't about Purdy.
I think what concerned me about Purdy is that for so long he has not played from behind, which he played for the first time behind today. And I think people have gotten, so used to things being easy. Like everyone all automatically thinks we're getting 30 no matter what for Purdy, because that's just what the games have been if he stays 30. Healthy. That they're so okay with moving on from all of the veterans on this offense. And I think today, I'm hoping at least, which is stupid because I'm from Jersey, but I think that people need to chill on this whole Jawan Jennings needs to be cut because we have Ronnie Bell and all these guys in the wings. You have someone like Jawan Jennings for when shit gets tough. It sucked. He had the big penalty on the crack block.
Yeah.
But if he didn't get shifts in LA's favor, I think if George Kittle doesn't go back for that ball, things never go off for the Niners at all.
Come on now.
Every fan is just so desperate to get rid of these guys because, oh, they're not getting a touchdown every game. Oh, they're not getting 2 touchdowns every game. Oh, they're not like getting 5 first downs. Like, we know how stacked this offense is. Like, it's gonna be Christian McCaffrey some days. It's gonna be Brandon Ayuk. It's gonna be Debo. Debo had to wait till the second week to get a touchdown. Okay, like George Kittle, record-wise, has not gotten touchdowns sometimes till like week 5 against the Browns, and he was only lucky enough to get that touchdown because all the other previous weeks where he had a touchdown, it was called back due to penalty. So it's like,
come on,
you can't keep saying, "Oh, well, Kittle's a bust because he's not making the numbers he used to be." Well, back then we had George Kittle and a bag of chips, like Stephen A. says all the time about the Giants with Saquon Barkley. It's Saquon Barkley in a bag of chips. Like this offense is so loaded. Whether you're a fan of Mason or Ty Davis Price or Elijah Mitchell or Christian McCaffrey, like at the end of the day, it baffles me that you want to get rid of talent in season. Like off season's another thing if that's when you want to bring it up again, but in season and get rid of the veterans who come up big when you need that guy to be like, I don't care who this is, I don't care how down we are, and these are the guys that keep things calm. Like, these are the guys that will do the dirty work that will never get truly appreciated. These are the guys that get the big blocks that, by the way, just so happen to set up guys for you, whether you're Debo, Ayuk, Christian McFan. These are the guys who will get praised by the players. Like Christian McCaffrey went overboard effusively praising Jawan Jennings, saying he would be an all-time wide receiver 1 on any other team. And it baffles me as a fan how much hatred and how much this fan base sits back and they're like, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait 38 minutes, and if there's one bad play, we're going to ignore every good thing a player does. And then we're going to trash them forever over one effed up play. By the way, if we were any other team, the refs might not even call. But we're going to throw and show shade and be nasty as New Yorkers are in New York City because we just don't like these players because they don't have the fantasy stats. Like, when the fuck did we become the Cowboys? When the hell did we become fans of only all-stars and all-pros and
she in her bag, y'all.
Over-obliviated bullshit?
Word up. She in her bag. And let me tell you something. For the people out there saying that we don't need Jawan Jennings anymore, let me just tell you something.
They better knock it off.
Jawan Jennings made the play of the day. I
Come on now. Come on, Mike.
Touchdown. I understand that, he might not have done this and that. He didn't have, 40
Come on,
catches
Mike.
and all that stuff. But let me tell y'all something. Let me tell you why Jawan Jennings made the play of the day right now. I'm going to piggyback off my girl, Melissa, right? When we were sitting here talking about whether or not Brock Purdy has a deep ball, who did he complete that pass to?
Come on.
Who is the contested catch guy on this roster? It's not Debo. It's not Brandon Ayuk. It's Jawan Jennings. When Kyle said, hey, I'm going to dial one up for Brandon Ayuk. Oh, we missed that one. I'm going to dial one up for Debo Samuel. Oh, we missed that one. You know what Kyle said? I'm going to give you a one-on-one with this guy right here, number 15. Huh? Did he dial it up? Did he dial it up, right?
Hey, Mike, you said the huh. You did the Denzel Washington huh? You did the Denzel Washington huh? You should have knocked the cups over.
Let's keep it honest. Every single person who's not a fan loves Debo Samuel because he's so dynamic. He's so elite.
He's the
wide receiver, running back. And I'm not saying he's not those things. But can we just mention that he has one Achilles heel? He's a drop king. And
he's a what king? Say it again.
He said drop king. He leads the team in drops every year.
So Jawan Jennings, who gets like a fraction
of the
target.
target.
And it's been just one random year. Even in his best year, he was a drop king. And yet you wait for certain players who are third, fourth, fifth targets, and you troll them for one play. Like, there's just like a discrepancy for certain players in this fan base. And as a fan of like the guys that are lower down on the food chain, it completely makes me want to rage out and like punch through a wall and smack a
Come
bitch
on.
because it baffles me that you will go and give everybody else excuses, and yet the players that you root for, you can't point them out because you're a hater. Like you're anti that person. Whether
Come
whether
on
you were
now.
even a fan of anyone else that had their position or not, you have to be a hater. But if you dare to say the good things or to point out the good things about players that are universally hated, like a Mitch Wisnowski, you're automatically the dumbest fan. You don't know shit. You don't know ball. You don't know how to break down anything, and it's just it kills me because that's what defines our team. The one thing that we have universally that nowhere else in this entire league has is that we have guys that will constantly come in and freaking bring it, and they will
It
be
is.
unapologetic about bringing it.
It
Right.
is literally
I'm
the
sorry, like
best
I
complimentary
understand Kerry Hyder
cast.
never worked
It
out in
is.
Seattle, but if there weren't Kerry Hyders, you would not have some of those freaking days that where Nick Bosa
Come on,
got to
Marissa.
like get expelled and it still produces, and then he gets to come in and be Nick Bosa. Like Cleveland Farrell is coming in now. You have Kevin Givens for years has gone way unappreciated for what he does because he
Come on.
wasn't
Jackson.
DJ
Drake
Jones
Jackson.
or he
Come on.
wasn't Arik
Come on.
Armstead or he wasn't DeForest Buckner. Like any other
Come
player,
on.
if he wasn't Drake Jackson, would have been all over X. Everybody
Come
would have
on.
been talking about USC and this dynamic young star and how elite he's going to be. But because he
Come
got
on.
inactive for the playoffs last year, because he got redshirted, because he dare not to be your favorite player that we didn't trade for. By the way, the Niners do not have to trade for Unique Ngakoue or Brian Burns. Like, we have enough talent on our defensive line. How many freaking years have we gone
Come
on
on.
nothing but Niners or nitty gritty Niners or any of these other countless shows, whether it's the big ones or the small ones, and we've said, can we stop playing a defensive lineman with our first overall pick because we have so many more holes in the on the show and on our offensive line and our secondary, and yet every single year you are just so willing to give up because a guy isn't D Ford or he's not one of those big flashy glossy names. Like, this is who we are. That's who Chris Kasarik is. He wants guys who are not going to be glory hogs and are who going to get those big plays when you need it, whether it's a batted pass. Like, did anyone even mention Javon Kinlaw batted down a pass today
Come on.
in a critical
Come
situation?
on.
Get them
Or
hands
do we
up.
just like
Come
to bring
on.
If you can't get
Grant,
there, get
Grant
your
Cohen,
hands
And
in
you
the
know
air.
what? And not to butt in like that, but that's why I
Washington
said get
Kinlaw,
the whole team needs the whole team needs the team ball.
and
It was a
Yes,
team
Kinlaw
game
just
you
today.
being
did.
Like
You
you
did,
seen
but like
everybody out there doing their
injured
business.
with his knees.
no doubt, no doubt. And Jawan Jennings,
Jawan Jennings too.
25.5, a reception, 2 catches, 51 yards.
Come on now.
Hey,
Come
hey,
on now.
but
What are we talking about?
Terradome. Did
Talk
you
to me.
see that block that he had for Christian McCaffrey?
Man, springing them.
All I saw
Hey,
was
you know
15,
what?
and then whoever was in front of him was just like white on the outside of his red jersey on the 15, like just
Come on, bro.
smashed him, bro. And like
Hey,
I look at Jawan Jennings as like that poisonous dart that like once it hits you, you don't see the effects until later on.
Yeah.
I know.
And
You see
I
what
know.
I'm
you
saying?
know what?
You turn
Even in
green.
days where you don't think that he's going to be up there, even if he's just out there for 5 plays, name another player in the entire league that could be out there for 5 plays, get under a player's skin, and you know for a fact that he's not going to get a penalty for you, but he's going to get enough a PI call for you and get
Yes.
you those 15 yards.
Come on
Yeah.
now.
Like,
Or
Hey,
who
he's
the
Melissa.
hell
gonna
else does that?
piss somebody off so bad that they're gonna get a
That's
personal
right.
foul. You
That's
need
what
Personal
just
that
foul.
guy
happened.
in championship. It's usually in basketball. You need a Draymond Green. You need a Kurt Rambis. You need a
Uh-oh.
Danny Ainge.
Come on.
You need a Rick Mahone. You
Talk
need
to him.
Hey, look, you see this right
Bowers.
here? I'm
That's the
scratching the
dude.
back of my ear, bro. Let's talk about. Was there some funny flags out there today?
Hey,
It was
wait.
a lot going.
There
I
were
gotta play this.
there were some funny flags out there today, bro.
I gotta
Funny
play this
ones,
for my girl
especially on
Melissa.
Greenlaw. Like,
I
come
know it
on,
says
bro.
Mike. I know it says Mike, but I gotta play this for my girl Melissa. She just did it right here, man. Melissa comes in and gets the mic
Nicely
drop on the
done.
show, man. Let's go.
Nicely
That's
done,
what we
Melissa.
do in Jersey. Let's go, baby. We come in here and let y'all know. Let's go, man. Some talk. Don't get me fired up. I got to go to bed soon. Don't get me turned up, Melissa. Don't get me turned up, Terry. Don't get me turned up.
Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike. I'm about to turn you up, though, Mike. I'm about to turn you up because look how you touch him. I know you done touched like all around the world, but you out here touching with me right now, bro, in San Bernardino, California, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm way out. I'm out here in the trenches, bro. Like way out here on the other side. You feel me? So that's how you get around. You get around like a circle, my dude. You feel me?
Come on, man. That's what I'm talking about. Y'all gonna have me going to bed with mad energy. Wifey gonna be looking at me crazy
Mike.
if y'all don't chill out.
What
Mike,
gotta do, young man?
I wouldn't get you.
Hey, just
I
don't
would
wake
not
up
get
and
you so
tackle your
fired up
wife,
if
bro.
You actually
like Fred
had
Warner.
jersey on your show more often.
I got a jersey on, Melissa. What? You
Mike,
said if I
Mike, I wouldn't get you so fired up if you had me up. No, I said if you had me on more often, I wouldn't get you riled up because there'd be more jersey to balance things up.
Oh, that's true. You know what? That's my fault. I'm gonna start posting the link more. I'm gonna expect to see you on every overreaction show. Now you put it on you, Melissa. Now I'm gonna be expecting to see you in here on the overreaction shows. Okay.
Be careful what you wish.
You don't see me.
That's right.
Now, I'm expecting it too.
See? Come on now. Hey, look, this is going to be my final question for the panel, man. We just crossed the 2.5 hour mark. We're going to wrap this thing up here. The second half of the final game for Sunday is underway now. I want to ask this question to the entire panel, man. You know, guys, the Niners are starting better than what they normally do, but I do agree. Well, I think that you all will agree that we aren't starting as good as we can be. I think we see the areas for improvement, but the Niners are still averaging 30 points a game. The defense still going out there doing what they do. If I'm not mistaken, the defense is averaging, 15 points a game or something around that realm, right?
Would it be yeah. 7 plus the 20 points today. What do we get? They got 23?
23.
Yeah. That's exactly 30.
Yeah.
That's 15, right? So
that's 15. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're at 15 points a game by the defense. The defense is clearly taking a step back. I want to be very clear with what I'm saying here. A lot of us said that Steve Wilks had some huge shoes to fill. You know, Robert Saleh leaves. He hands the reins over to DeMeco Ryans. He comes in here, and the Niners are the number one defense. Here comes Steve Wilks, but this is Steve Wilks who was expected to run.
I got to kind of check you on that one. Because, I mean, this is a guy who got hate all preseason, and didn't we have 5 straight 3-and-outs against Pittsburgh?
Oh, I still got hate for. I still got not hate. Hate is a strong word. It's not hate, but I still have questions.
Dislike.
No.
Mike, I'm not talking about you, but I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about the fan base in general because, like, every year it feels like every year we're so lumped onto the last great DC that we're just like waiting for the new one to fail, and we never give them the room or the space to adjust. And this year, I think it's a little bit more desperately needed than in past years because he didn't come in with his defense. Steve Wilks came in here and he said, "I am so in awe of this defense. I'm gonna change myself for you, and I'm gonna adjust to your vocabulary, your way of life, and try to catch up on the fly to your way of being a defense." And I think that's also a major reason why, whether people like it or not, that he's up in the box so he can actually truly appreciate and take focus and learn what this defense is down in and down out. Because when you're on the field, you don't have the same kind of view. You don't have the same kind of clarity. You have guys constantly around you, whether it's like players or equipment people or just different all sounds and everything else. And up there, he can really just like zero in and be our defensive coordinator. And at this point, let's just be honest. We have Johnny Holland. We have Chris Kaserik. We have all the offensive people. We have all the position people. We have all these quality control people. There is enough people on the sideline to give you that solid energy. You do not need the DC down there to get that energy. If that's what you need for your DC, then there's a lot more wrong with your team than not having your DC on the ground.
Well, that's where I was going with this, right? So a lot of people are judging Steve Wilks and saying that his defense isn't going to get the job done, right? But the truth of the matter, Steve Wilks came in here solo. He is the only defensive coordinator hired at a position in the NFL from outside the team that didn't bring a single person with him in any position group. Steve Wilks came in here dolo, and the Niners said, hey, we got something good. Don't fuck it up. They put a lot of pressure on this man. So here's my question to the panel. I'm going to do a solo thing here. I'm going to lay it out in a solo manner where I want each of you to respond individually. I'm going to start with Melissa. We'll go to 49er Life or For Life Niner. I'm sorry, my apologies. Hey man, I'm sorry. I've been drinking.
Hey, me too, bro. But you got it. Go ahead.
You
I said it right. Okay, all right. And
Yeah,
For
Life Niner.
For Life Night. There you go. We're going to do some solo layouts here, right? And I'm going to start with Melissa. My question to you is this: does Steve Wilks find another gear? There were a lot of criticisms for Steve Wilks and his defense in this game, just letting Puka Nacua just go in here and just get that shallow crosser down in and down out, right? Does he find a way to turn it up and become better at his job? Or is what we seeing what we get? Again, 15 points a game right now, right? Maybe we'll see some lower, maybe we'll see some higher, but will it balance out at 15 points a game? What are your expectations for defensive coordinator Steve Wilks in this 2023 season?
I think there's going to be a lot of ups and downs. I think there's going to be a lot of days where you're like pulling at your hair, being like, what the hell is going on? And I suggest that we give him a fair shake. I mean, we sat back with Saleh for years until he got it to click in 2019 when he got Bosa. And let's be honest, this defensive line really didn't play with each other all of the offseason. We had big changes to the middle of this defense. And I think it's silly for a guy who's traditionally known to be a 3-4 guy to suddenly come to our team that's so loaded and to just be perfect and not have a bad day. Today was a bad day. They struggled, but you know what the best part was? They held on. They got the clutch turnovers. They came up with the big plays. They got the 3 and outs. They broke up passes. They got under Stafford's skin enough, even without sacks and pressures, to throw him off enough to win this game. And if you can't be proud of a defense who's not just lights out, then I'm sorry, but why are you a Niner fan? Because Niner defense, it isn't just about flashy. It's about gritty every single week. And if you haven't truly appreciated what this guy has done to our secondary already, then I'm sorry, what are you watching? Because you have Diamador Lenoir, you have Ambry Thomas making plays, whether you're a fan of him or not. You have Sean Gibson and Talanoa Hufanga and Mooney Ward better than they've ever been, and they're playing as one unit now. And that was a big concern for most of us without Jimmy Ward back there. So my advice is just chill. And not to forget that this is the same guy who beat us twice in 2018 with Josh Rosen when they won no other games. So clearly he knows something about the Niners.
Good stat.
All
For
right.
years.
Great stat.
That girl is in her bag. She's in her bag, man. All right. Let's see what you got to say, man. You know, Steve Wilks is under a lot of criticism for this game, man. And I don't know that it's unnecessary. I think a lot of 49er fans want to see some in-game adjustments. You didn't have to wait till halftime to make these adjustments. We all saw what was happening. Nacua lining up on the right side of the offense, running across to the left, and everything was wide open. We were playing the sticks and not playing the player. What would you have changed? What do you expect to see from this defense going forward? Because in my opinion, and maybe I'm wrong, perhaps the Rams just put something on display for the rest of the NFL. What are your thoughts on it?
Damn it. And you said that, Mike. I was telling my wife while we was watching the game, I'm like, the Rams is really putting us on display right now. Like for other teams to see how we do, especially on the offense and on defense. But I look at it though, bro. Like I look at it like, you know, like with Shanahan and how he schemes up. Like, mind you, we're 2-0 now. Okay. We're 2-0. I don't know how he's scheming up and how his plays and this, how it looks for this and that and the other. But I feel like Shanahan does things, bro. What we see like today, going in like into Thursday. You see what I'm saying? Like especially with Ayuk, he fell on the ground. You know what I'm saying? He was sitting on the sideline. He over there jerking his neck, doing that. Try to, you know what I mean? Like I don't know if he's setting it up to be like, oh, we finna just ball. But how I look at it is like this, bro. Is I haven't seen this in a long time to where we started 2-0 in a long time. 2-0 in the beginning of the season.
Yep.
And that's a whole step from us always talking about as Niner fans, is like we always start off slow. And we do good at the end of the season, right? So I'm looking at it backwards. We're starting off good. We might start messing up like in the middle of the season. But what if we start picking it up and then we get that 6-1? You see what I'm saying? A little conspiracy theory. And I know, Mike, I know you was conspiracy theorist yourself, bro. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm in the cut like a Band-Aid. I'm just here. You feel me? I'm just looking. But I be looking like that too, bro. And I don't want to get too hype off just game 2. But I'm hyped because, for one, got that blue on right here. The Rams, they over there, the Rams fans got the blues right now. You feel me? They got the blues.
Nice.
They got the blues right now. Hey, and we gave it to them. That's all I wanted. You feel me? That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. That's all I needed. Moving forward, we got the Giants on Thursday.
Big blue.
I know we're gonna see a whole different visual of what we saw today. We're going to see something different because, for one, we always do good in prime time. George Kittle always does good in prime time. Debo does good at prime time. Now you got Christian McCaffrey in the back, and you got Brock Purdy walking off the field talking about, damn, I missed that shot to Debo. That's not happening again. You see what I'm saying? I just felt that confidence from him. You feel me? I can't speak on how things are going to look. I can only speak on how I feel how it's going to look. You feel me? And that's what I appreciate. Like, you allowed me to come on your show, Mike. And, bro, it's a whole blessing, bro. I don't know if that made any sense. All that. I'm low-key faded myself. You feel me? I'm just rambling. But I appreciate y'all, man, for allowing me to be up on here just to let it loose. You feel me? Because I did a cartwheel and I tried to do a backflip, but then I was like, damn, I'm about to be 40 years old. I can't do no backflip. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I got a question for you real quick before I let you go and move on to Terradome. When do you turn 40?
I turned 40 October 15th, brother.
Woo! I turned
It's my
40
wife's
November
birthday.
23rd, bro.
That's your wife's birthday, Terradome?
Virgos. No, Libras.
No, Libras. Hey, I don't like real
Great
business though. Like I don't believe in like all that Libra stuff. Like I don't believe in none of that. I just believe in the Most High, you know, in Jesus' name. Like that's what I believe in, bro. I don't believe in none of my wife though. She be telling me all kinds of stuff. Yeah, I don't want to get into it, but
yeah, don't do it.
No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
All to the earth,
I
people.
turned 40
Salt
on
to the earth.
Thanksgiving Day. The 49ers play the not the Cowboys.
No, we play
Seahawks.
We played the
the
Seahawks on
Sea Chickens. Don't give them their full name.
That is my birthday, man. And you know what I'm gonna do, man? I'm gonna try to do a cartwheel. I'm gonna try to do a cartwheel, man, to see if I still got it, man.
Okay.
You know,
Hey, let me see that, bro, real bit. Hey, I did one, and I was like, oh, never again.
Mike.
When is your wife's birthday? When is your wife's birthday?
My wife?
Yeah.
11/9.
She right behind you, bro. Don't fuck up.
No, that's my daughter. That's my daughter.
Okay. I just saw it with the
Yeah, that's my daughter. It's 11. I'm bad with birthdays, but no, her birthday's 11/9.
Y'all gonna be together.
Okay.
Hey, you know why I know that? Because it's 9/11 backwards.
In the building.
Boom. You'll never mess that up.
You can't mess that up, bro. Look at Terradome like you can't mess that up.
No, don't mess that up. Don't mess that up. Get you something you can remember.
You better remember.
Terradome, man, you know, the floor is going to be yours, man. You know, there's a lot of pressure on Steve Wilks to live up to the hype of the previous 49ers defensive coordinators here. And a lot of fans were really fed up with what they saw. We saw the Niners playing beyond the sticks. You know, it'll be 2nd and 5, and the DBs are lining up 6 yards off the line of scrimmage and backpedaling when the snap of the ball happened. And it just kind of felt like we were giving them these first downs. It felt like the Rams didn't have to go out and earn it. We were giving it to them, but we were trying to minimize the gain and the yards after the catch, right? And that game plan works if you're the opposing team for the Niners. The Niners pride themselves on yak, right? But it felt like this was a defensive plan put in place for the 49ers. And I know Sean McVay runs a very similar scheme, very similar game plan, but that's not what we wanted to see. We wanted to see these guys pressing at the line of scrimmage. We wanted to see these guys being up in the face of the wide receivers. Do you think Steve Wilks has the freedom to make these kind of play calls? Do you think Steve Wilks will do it? Will he execute these kind of play calls and say, hey, don't give them anything? Be on them from the time they snap the ball and work these guys? Or is what we saw tonight part of the course? And is there a blueprint for maybe not beating the 49ers, but being productive and efficient against the San Francisco 49ers in the 2023 season?
Well, I often try to look at the class or the phyla or the category in which a coach is. And Kyle Shanahan, out of everything, you have what I deem, you have 4 categories of coaches. You have the Davisonian, Al Davis, who says, I'm putting this thing in the air. I don't care who's there. This is what we're doing. You have the Lombardi-esque coaches who believe in 3 yards and a cloud of dust. Here's my play. I'm coming after you. This is what I do. You have Belichickian, who tries to feel it out and will tailor a new game plan for everybody else. And finally, you have a narrator, Bill Walsh, Kyle Shanahan, who scripts the first 25 and then comes back and looks at what worked, what didn't, and then we're going to pick and prod, and then we're going to run things according to situations on things that work. I think in terms of a defensive coordinator, you have Steve Wilks, who falls in line with kind of the narrator. He kind of had a game plan. He said, we're going to go with cover 3. We're going to back off. We're not going to play marble. We're going to, drop our 4 and let's catch and be defensive and physical to the point of the punch. And for the first half, it looks passive, but he was really depending on a good, solid pass rush to often compared to a statue, Matt Stafford, and it really didn't materialize like that. So he had to make his adjustments. It's all in the adjustments. It's all in, all right, I looked at it. I felt him out like a boxer in the first couple of rounds. I felt him out. I felt his power. I felt his elbow. I felt his jab. Okay, now we get to work. Now we get to work in rounds 3 through 8. And then finally, if it comes to it, we're in shape enough to get them in rounds 10 through 12. That's kind of just how he looks at it. That's my early indications or elections on the class of coach he is. It's a lot of expectation to live up coming after a Robert Saleh with the number 1 defense, a DeMeco Ryan with the number 1 defense. It's a lot of expectation. When I look at that roster of the San Francisco 49ers, I count 14, no less than 14 potential Pro Bowls or all pros, and 5 of them are on defense. Bosa, Warner, Huff, Greenlaw, Ward. They're going to be Pro Bowlers, and you can even throw in Demo Lenore. So it's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of expectation. It's a lot going on right now. We're so early in the season, and we're only averaging 15 points against. I think the only other defense that can rival this would be the Dallas Cowboys, who have had, they pitched a 10 burger and a 0 burger. They're at 5 points per against. I think he's going to have it. I think he's going to feel what is necessary, and he will dial up blitzes if necessary to get a pass rush against a Matthew Stafford, against a Dak Prescott, against a Danny Dimes, against whomever we're going to be facing. And I think he's going to be ready. I followed this man for a long time. He was Black College. He was Johnson C. Smith back in the day. He was an assistant. He was a head coach. This dude knows ball. And he's going to keep us in the game. He's going to make his adjustments, and he's going to do well. We just have to let some stuff play off. The same people you see, the same team you see today, you have to base a projection on by week 16 or 17. Oh, man. If you're optimistic, if you believe in what you see, if you believe in, as the Bible says, faith, and we're called the faithful. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen yet. It hasn't materialized yet, but I know it's something coming. It's something brewing. We just got too many playmakers. We got too many good personnel. We got too many good coaches, assistants, film, production, front office, getting things done too much. I'm just confident in this San Francisco 49er organization. I'm confident in the San Francisco 49ers coaching staff. I'm confident in these players. I know they have what it takes, and we're gonna march this thing on. We got 16 more weeks. We don't play 1, 2. It ends on a crazy number. It used to be 16 weeks, but now you got 17 altogether. We just played 2. We got some weeks to go.
Right, 18 in total. 18 in total.
It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. I'm up for the challenge. We're gonna get better, and you're gonna see some things better when we face the Giants. And then you're going to see some things even better when those Cowboys come into town. And it's going to be a showdown. That's our first showdown. And it's going to be good. It's going to be something to watch. Don't think you're going to get 30 Purdy on that day. It's going to be a slobber knocker. And Steve Wilkes is up for the challenge.
Mike, I have two quick things I want. Mike, I have two quick things I want to mention before I forget. Everyone keeps saying that today was slow, right? That we gave up too many yards, that we let them have too many big things. And that's especially when Tara John was talking. It just kind of clicked in my head because y'all know who my family is and who they were for. But did we forget how bad and how frustrated and how balls-ass angry people would call, especially into this show, whether it was on the chat or when Mike would bring people in, and we'd hate on Salah for hours, or his soft zone coverage and giving up those big 6, 7, 8 yard plays, because he kept saying his main mentality back then was, don't give him the first down. As long as you don't give up the big play, he was okay with giving up the small yardage, and that small yardage would constantly keep creeping up on us and keep adding up to easy drives where they were marching down the field on us. So the fact that we gave up yardage but we didn't break today proves already that Wilkes has this better than Salah did. And D'Amico, before he left, whether you were a D'Amico fan or not, he did trash Talanoa Hufanga on his way out of this building. He said Hufanga was reckless, that he kept going for the big tackle or the big interception, and he wasn't playing down to his cues. And so far, Wilkes has kind of cleaned that up, and he's still blitzing him. He's just not blitzing him as much. So as frustrating as this was, because we all thought that the defense was going to have, whether it's 3, 4, 5, 6 sacks or 3 amongst different players on that line, let's not forget that the defensive coordinators beforehand also had things that drove us crazy. So it's one game, and you have every right to feel how you feel. But at the end of the day, we didn't break. And I believe in Wilkes. I think it's going to get better, but let's just not like Fangio. Let's not just idolize these people who came before and forget what they did bad or what used to frustrate us about them, and only go at the new guy because he's still here.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot, man. Here's what I'm going to say about this 49ers defense. A lot of people think this is a bend but don't break type of thing. I'm going to go on the record on this channel. I did it for the 49ers Hive channel. But I said this at the very beginning of the season before week 1 actually kicked off. I said that I think the 49ers have 40 total turnovers. And the guys are like, oh, Mike, you're bugging. That's a lot. That's too many. Right. And they giggled just like what Melissa just did. Right. But we had 2
I'm
turnovers.
laughing because I remember
had-
that show, and I don't think it's crazy. I didn't think it was crazy then.
Well, hear me out. Right. I'm not talking about even just fumbles now. I said, turnovers.
Turnovers,
The 49ers
in general.
4 interceptions through 2 games. We are on pace for 34 interceptions. I'm not talking about forced fumbles. I'm not talking about anything else. Just forced fumbles. We're on pace for 34 interceptions this season. That says something. You can make it say whatever you want it to say, but we're on pace for 34. By the way, in each game, we dropped 2 more additional interceptions. The 49ers should have 6 so far, but they've dropped them. That's neither here nor there. There are always going to be dropped interceptions.
Hey, Mike, would you rather be right or wrong?
I'd much rather be right. Oh, I'd much.
Knock it off, bro. Come on.
Give me that 40, bro.
Mike.
No, wait. Let me be clear. Wait, maybe he didn't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that the Niners are going to get 40 turnovers from the opposing teams.
Okay.
Yeah,
My bad. Yeah, my whole mind's on the other side. Like I remember Brock Purdy grabbing the butt fumble. You know what I'm saying? He barely got that one. Yeah. No, go ahead though.
Not that. I said the Niners were going to force 40 turnovers in the 2023 season. And the guys were like, yeah, Mike,
hey, I did what you did earlier, bro. I did what you did earlier, bro. The liquor kicking in. Go ahead, Mike.
To back up my NJ brother, because I do love the Niners Hive. I have a soft spot for them. And I watched that show. Mike did say, to clarify, he wasn't calling for 40 interceptions. He was calling for Fred Warner punch-outs. He was talking about those plays where, like, let's say a Glowinski on the Giants who's coming up, muffs the snap, and then we go get that muff snap from the center. He was talking overall turnovers.
Several ways.
And he was calling for it not just from one level of the defense. He was calling it from all 3 levels of the defense.
Yes.
And every layer of team. So he was talking about the starters. He's talking about the backups and the backups of the backups. So out of all the crazy stuff, and Mike is trolled for a lot of stuff, whether it's fair or not, and I think a lot of it is unfair, because I've gone and learned, and I've appreciated Mike, because we've had some talks back in DMs and stuff. This is not the most outrageous thing he's ever said, and if he just pointed it out to you, like, there's 17 weeks. If we get to a week, he'll be off by 6 at the bare minimum.
Right.
Like, that is not outrageous.
That's just interception. I am not including forced fumbles in this equation at all. Just right now, as of today, the 49ers have 4 interceptions on the season. That is 2 a game, on pace for 34.
2 a game. Come on, baby. 2 a game.
Come on, bro.
2 a game.
In the NFL, if we force that many fucking turnovers, but I digress.
How many times have we seen that before what we seen today? Like, how many times have we seen that, bro?
Come on, man.
I was in Pittsburgh.
Our defense never believed in interceptions like that since Deion Sanders, bro.
If Fred Warner gets that pick,
if he had that one, oh my God. My God. If Fred Warner would have got that interception right there, I would have got 54 tatted on my arm, bro.
Come on.
Yeah, man.
Come on. That's what I'm saying. And he knew, and that's how he knew that he should have had that himself. He knew he should have had that himself. And that's thirsty. Now he's thirsty, bro. He's thirsty.
Yeah.
He's thirsty.
Y'all gonna make me turn up.
Big play Trey nearly had
Come on, Mike. Turn up, bro. Turn up, bro. I love when you turn up, bro.
And all that's in a game that was close for all intents and purposes. That's all in a game that was close. Let me be very clear with what I'm saying.
Real close.
This wasn't week 1 where the Steelers had to come out throwing for their last 6 possessions. That's not what I'm talking about. This game was close. This was a 1-game possession for all but the last 3 possessions by the Rams tonight. Yep. And we still got the 2 turnovers with 2 dropped picks. This
Come on
game.
now.
And,
Come on
Don't
now.
tell me
A divisional
that I'm
against a
crazy.
Super
Come on now.
Bowl winning quarterback with a very hot receiver.
and
Very
Mike,
hot receiver.
Mike, I know you can back me up because your father is like my father. He's a diehard Giant fan, and he had to sit through the god awful game last week. The Giants are not that good. Their offensive line is going to give up sacks. Dallas Cowboys got 7 sacks and easily could have given up more on Daniel Jones. Okay? Andrew Thomas, who's their best offensive lineman, is injured. Lewinsky was dirt today, and he also got nicked up. Evan
Look, man,
Neal
it's going
has
down.
played the most of anybody on that team throughout preseason and regular season, and the guy got Daniel Jones nearly murdered by Dallas Cowboys. And
Come
that's
on now.
being kind. Darren
Come on
Waller,
now.
who everyone kept saying was this great tight end, and by the way, most Niner fans had him above George Kittle, which to me is beyond ridiculous. He had 2 huge drops today. So if you think today was bad, maybe the Niners had their eye on Thursday. Maybe they were splitting their focus because that's what they do sometimes when we have 2 games in 4 days. But if that's not cleaned up on Thursday, then come at me and tell me that there's a reason to be worried. If they don't fix up all the things that frustrated you today on Thursday against the Giants of all teams, then you have a right to be worried. Then you have a right to be concerned. But this is a divisional
Right.
game. In division games, no matter how bad, come on, let's be honest. 2021, didn't we all think that we were going to clean up against the Seahawks for the very first time?
Right,
How
Terradome,
bad they
check the
were?
private chat.
right.
Terradome, check the private chat. Terradome. You know, like, come on, man. Like, but that's what I'm saying. Look. I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna move to the super chats here. Eddie G and the B Dog says here, first in the division, and it will stay that way. The Niners have to lose 2 games while another team wins 2 to get first in the division. Panel, I'm going to open this up to you guys. Do you think that there is a chance the 49ers relinquish the first spot in the NFC West right now? Let's start with Terradome. We'll go to Melissa, and then we'll go to my man for Life Niners. What's up?
Absolutely not. We got those Giants coming in here. It's the equivalent of a back-to-back. If you follow NBA or baseball, we got to play another one in 4 days. And Melissa, I'm going to depend on yourself and Mike to give me some good scouting reports to put on my show in terms of dealing with these New York football giants, as Chris Berman used to say, and New York football giants. They're coming in here, man. It is going to be the home opener. It's going to be Thursday night.
I will gladly help you.
Prime time. We get ready to do it.
I got your back, either on screen, off screen, whatever. You have my phone number. You have my DMs. Hit me up.
Yes,
I'll help
ma'am.
you.
What a sweetie. And then we're going to rest a little bit because you get what's called a mini bye. It's a mini break. You play on Thursday, you got those 3 days, the Friday, the Saturday, the Sunday, and then you go into prepare week, and then we'll see the Cards. Did they win today?
They're wavering.
They're
wavering, bro.
Man, and then we go and play the Dallas Cowboys in a showdown.
And let's be honest.
We're gonna be
Hey,
prime.
Terradome, are you calling them the Dallas Cowboys because you're respecting what they're doing right now? Or are you just gonna say the Dallas Cowgirls, bro? Come on.
They're a good squad, man. They got
all right. That's I'm seeing where you at because I'm seeing where you at because like I'm respecting them too. My brother, rest in peace. He was a Dallas Cowboy fan.
My
You
dad,
feel me?
my
So
mom,
like I respect them too.
family.
Yeah, I got you.
They got a good ball club out there. They do.
Can I just point one thing out
Go ahead,
though?
Melissa.
Who are the 2 quarterbacks that they mostly shut up though? Daniel Jones
For who?
and Zach Dallas Cowboys.
Okay.
It kept them to
Danny
10
Dimes
points between the 2
and Zach.
teams. It's Daniel Jones and Zach Wilson.
I would have
And let's be
loved
honest,
them today.
nobody,
versus,
and I do mean nobody outside
Aaron.
of probably fantasy football, would take a swing at either of these quarterbacks or believe in anything or hope anything out of these two quarterbacks.
Yeah. At
Like,
the beginning of the year, we were looking at Aaron Rodgers
there-
being there.
I
and
live
it was,
in the
it was
state-
supposed to be a showdown today. But
Okay, I
yeah.
live in this state.
Yeah.
Do you know the number one name that the number one names? Sorry, I should clarify that they are begging the team to look at to hopefully save their team.
Who?
Okay, and they're all burnt toast, by the way. They've talked
Yeah.
Phil Rivers,
Burnt
they've
toast.
talked Matt Ryan, and they've talked Carson Wentz.
Ooh-wee.
Okay, these are the people that this team are so desperate to get in there because all of Jets fandom, even including the players, because let's not forget, these are the same players when Zach Wilson got hurt last year. Not only did they not support their quarterback, they wore shirts supporting the backup quarterback on the plane,
No doubt.
happy
Yeah, I
as
remember
toast
that. Oh, yeah.
that
I
Mike White
remember
was
that.
starting for them.
They were wearing Mike White shirts.
That's
I
how
know.
bad these quarterbacks are. And let's not forget that the Cowboys, I don't know if everyone actually watches the league in general, but let's not forget that the Cowboys started off with 3-0 in 2019, where everyone
yeah.
had them ordained to go to Miami. And then they lost to the 0-4 Jets. They lost to the 0-4 Jets, and they went on 2 3-game losing streaks. Like, let's cool it on ordaining the Cowboys as anything until they actually face real competition.
Ooh, I'm on your side. I'm on your
chat.
side, girl. I got your
She in
back
her
like a
bag.
spinal cord.
She in
Got
her
your
bag.
back.
Yeah.
She in her bag, man. And let me just say this, man. I stepped away real quick and I looked through the schedule. There's not a 2-game stretch where I think the Niners are losing back to back this entire season.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I know we got a rough travel schedule when we get to weeks 8 and 9.
That's the part, Mike.
10 or whatever.
That's the part. That's
But
the
I ain't
part.
worried
That,
about that, man. You know why? Because they
Come
got to
on
rise
now.
to our occasion. They got to step up to our level. You know,
Mhm.
when the Niners are struggling and still putting up 30 points a game, what the fuck is the rest of the NFL going to do?
what the
I'm sorry,
capital F?
Word up.
What the
Word
capital
up.
F?
Word
What
up.
the capital F?
Hey, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'll let you just say it for me. That's why I was just so when I looked at that schedule, I said 15.
Come on,
2.
bro.
I know
Hey, Mike got me.
have to
Man,
travel,
Mike got me
but
pumped
we
up
got
over
the
here, man.
horses.
Come on,
we got
bro.
the horses.
Let me throw
We
some
got,
jazz.
we got the potential.
Throw some jazz real quick.
Yeah.
14 all pros or Pro Bowls on
Come on,
this
bro.
roster right now. And I can name them right here. I got my notes from my show.
Come on.
Samuel, Trent, Banks, Brindle, Kittle, Juice, CMC, Bosa, Warner, Huff, Ward. You can throw Aaron Burks in there. You can. Moody has not missed.
Hey, Terradome, did you see when he kicked that last one and he slid on the ground and got up with a smiley face like I did that? Even though that I fell, I did that.
I'm telling y'all.
I ain't trying to pump him up like that. But here's the part what I want to say, bro. Everybody that you name, like especially like Kittle,
come on,
he's low key quiet right now.
Come on.
But when it matters, like I said about Jawan Jennings, about that dart, like when that poisonous dart, it only matters when it takes effect.
It's gonna
when the
happen.
time is ready, bro.
Come on,
Kittle's
bro.
gonna go out there and ball, baby.
Hey, come on, man.
He's gonna ball. He's gonna ball, bro.
Come on, man.
He's gonna ball, bro.
And did you notice? I talked about the 3 offensive linemen. Did you notice? Did you hear Aaron Donald's name today?
No.
One time all night.
I saw him on the sideline scratching his head, though. I saw him on the sideline.
Go ahead, Melissa. Go ahead, Melissa.
Mike, now that you're back, well, technically I did hear Aaron Donald's name because they were talking that cheapy ass little thing the interview lady was talking about how Puka Nacua was scared of Aaron Donald. That was I think Mike's back. I wanted to mention something. I don't know how much everyone watches those podcasts, especially the Richard Sherman podcast, because with all those cowboy lovers on Undisputed.
Yeah,
But
I tap in.
Javon Hargrave on.
Oh yeah, I saw that one.
And everyone had so elite. Okay. This is a guy who played with that all-star defense with Fletcher Cox and everyone else that you all were glorifying and saying that we're so elite with Bradbury and CJ Gardner-Johnson and everybody else. Have you ever heard Javon Hargrave talk about the Philly defense the way he talked about our linebackers?
Come on,
He
man.
said,
No.
you don't even see. You don't have to see
Come on,
either
Melissa.
Fred Warner or Dre Greenlaw. You feel them. You
Come on.
have the hairs on the
hear
back
it.
of your neck
Right.
stand up. You
Come on.
hear it, and then you feel the vibrations of the hit afterwards before you ever see either one of these linebackers. Now, Fred
Oh my
Warner
God.
is Fred Warner, and he is elite. And if you want to put him up there with Bowman and Willis, that's on you.
They're
And
getting
God bless you for loving him.
really close.
But
They're
the
there.
very fact that Dre Greenlaw is never seen like that, but he's seen like that from his teammates, speaks volumes. This guy
Come on.
has said flat out over and over and over again he does not want to get into the Philly Niners beef because now he's switched sides. But have you ever heard him praise any player? And he played with
Come on.
all stars the way he talked about our two linebackers.
That is the key to this defense, Mike.
Come on, man.
We have it's teams with really great defensive linemen. Respect to the Redskins, respect to the Cowboys, respect to the Cleveland Browns and everything. It's teams with really, really great defensive backfields with corners like Sauce Gardner, with safeties like Minkah Fitzpatrick, with other stuff. But to pull this off, it takes linebackers that can cover, linebackers that can blitz, linebackers that can make things happen that other
punch out
people,
balls.
Other teams just don't have it. We got the
Come on now.
best linebacking core in the entire football world. That is the globe.
man.
That is Africa, Asia, Antarctica, wherever you want to go.
Come on.
We got those linebackers.
And
let's go, baby.
Everybody else got that.
And that's the part because when Willis and Bowman left, bro, hurt my heart. I still remember that press conference on Patrick Willis, bro. I remember he was sitting there talking about,
his dirty ass feet, right?
Not his dirty ass feet. He was speaking scriptures, bro. He was talking scriptures, bro. He was talking scriptures. It was something in Psalms. You feel me? But just like that absent of being gone, I see that in Fred Warner and Greenlaw. I see that, bro. I'm not gonna say that they are those dudes. But look, here's the part though. You can talk all out how you want out your mouth, but at the end of the day, it's what you go and show out there on the field. They're showing it, bro. And as long as you're showing it, then you can be, you know what I'm saying? They can be talked about that way. You see, they're showing it, bro. And I'm giving them the credit in the room to show themselves and make themselves, like, to show yourself approved, it says in the word. Show yourself approved. You know what I'm saying? They're doing that, bro. Fred and Greenlaw's doing that. Did you see when Greenlaw almost popped that dude on the side and he just put his hands back like this? Like, he knew man, he's learning, bro. He's learning.
No disrespect for life. Now, I got to get with Jim Everett the Great. I'm gonna get with him in the chat. Y'all go ahead.
No. Ain't no get with him in the chat. No, sir. I've been waiting for Jim Everett to get his ass in here all night long. Come on, Terradome. Come on, Terradome.
Bring him on. Where he at?
You better let this Rams.
Hey, man, come on, bro. Hey, talk to me. I talk back, bro. Real business.
Get him here. Where he at? Jim Everett.
He don't want to talk.
Oh, yeah. Come on the chat.
If he don't want to talk, he can. If he don't want to talk, he can do sign language. Come on,
Chris Everett the Great, marketing hoe, Ramelia. I'm familiar with an L. All y'all, I want to see all you. Come on, y'all know where
they don't want no parts.
Come
of the 49er fan base tonight. They talk all that shit.
You walk over, you limp back.
Hey, but see, look, if they talking shit, they better have toilet paper.
Come on, man.
You better have some toilet paper with the shit that you talking.
Toilet paper.
Come on,
listen. Not only should you have toilet paper, you better have some wet wipes to clean up.
Wet wipes too. Hey, that's the best.
Come on,
Hey, go
bro.
ahead, Mike. Tell them
Come
about
on,
the
bro.
wet wipes, man.
Come
Mike,
on,
tell them
bro.
about the diaper wipes.
Come on
man. I
over,
got
Jim
4
Everett.
kids over here. The toilet
Drop
paper ain't
the
enough.
chat. Drop it. Come on. If you's
Mike
a
a
fan,
fool.
if you a real fan, which y'all don't have, if you a real fan, you in our Airbnb, which is SoFi Stadium. Please come on here, Jim
He's
Everett.
been MIA all night long, bro.
Oh yeah.
And here's the thing too, Terradome, like real business. I've been in the cut like a band-aid, bro. I be watching. I be like, man, I be trying to get the courage to come on live with y'all. You feel me? But it's like if anybody else is watching, it's like, man, put yourself aside and just get on, because they laid this platform for anybody to come on and talk about, just not about football, but just about life, anything that you're going through, anything like that. I seen that and I witnessed it. You know what I'm saying? So don't fear the Lord. Don't fear nothing else. Like, hop on. This is all love right here. We are the church. We are the body of the church. There's no roof. There's nothing of that. We are the church. We can have church with football, outside of football, anything. Come on, baby.
It's outside the 4 walls of the sanctuary. That's what he said.
Yes, sir.
Be faithful, young man. Go ye therefore, teach all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Son and the Father and the Holy
praise
Spirit.
to the Most
I'm
High.
right here for you, Jim.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to remind everybody, like, as much as it would be fun to see all y'all, because y'all know ball and you all are articulate as hell, y'all can crack anybody. I've seen it in thousands of chats and thousands of podcasts. Let's just remember who these people are. These are like 3 or 4 or 5 different guys that just trolled Niner shows, because there's probably no Ram content creators out there that have a lick of sense. And this is a fan base,
shit,
like,
shorty.
not kid you, that paid Raider fans on the street for a Super Bowl parade to wear Ram colors to make it look like Rams had Ram fans for a Super Bowl parade. Has there ever been a single team anywhere in this country that had to pay another fan base to wear their colors because their fans are just celebrities who happen to work in LA who come to their teams, and there are no real actual fans. These are fans who went on other Niner podcasts, and by the way, were asked when was the other Super Bowl they won aside from 2021. Do you know they didn't even know when the hell the Greatest Show on Turf won their other Super Bowl?
Talk your shit.
These
Melissa.
are the people who are trailing Niner fans right now. These
Talk your shit,
people
Melissa.
will shit about all-stars being paid money and not doing anything. But what the hell has Aaron Donald done against the Niners? A guy named Daniel Brunskill, which I bet y'all
My
never even
respect
knew
level for you
until
was
you
way
faced
up here
us.
now, bro.
Owned Aaron Donald and would shut him down by himself, by the way, every time you face us, we have to hear about how, poor Aaron Donald is held by 2, 3, even quadruple teams sometimes because the teams fear him so much. And we had one man who, by the way, was our swing backup, shut you down for years. These people, as much as they are annoying and as much as you want to call them out, God love them. Let them be in their fantasy bubble, because guess what? Y'all would kill for Nick Bosa. Y'all would kill for half the players on our team. So as much as you shit on them, let's just be honest. You're in here for a reason, because you want to be around real football, and the Rams are not supplying it to you.
Bars.
Yes.
Bars.
Yeah.
Hey, she just
let me drop a bar from my man Mad Skills of Richmond, Virginia, who used to write for Puff Daddy, who wrote for Jermaine Dupri. He says, I be everywhere at every party. You are nobody. No, he said, I be everywhere at every party. You anorexic nobody.
I'm everywhere. You never there. When I'm going to see you there? Come on, bro.
She was over there spitting logies right now, bro.
Come on, man.
Everybody spits, but she was spitting logies, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? She was
smoking
logies,
that
hot
Rams
chewies.
pack.
You know what I'm saying?
I think that's 9 regular seasons in a row. Is that 8, 9, or something like that? Oh, here's an interesting stat. Fun fact. we have more wins in the NFC West than the Los Angeles Rams have had their entirety at SoFi Stadium. We just crossed that threshold today.
Because
With
that's
that
our
win today,
because that's our home away from home.
we
That's our
have
house, bro.
one more
That's our house, bro.
than
our
your
house, bro.
own home.
You saw this
Hey,
game from home,
we
right?
made them wear their home away jerseys, bro. Like,
yeah.
how
Y'all was
does
out
that
there
happen?
in
Wait,
white.
you watch Teradome, you watched this game from home, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
You saw the game at home on the TV?
Yes. A shout out to
Do you
Denise
realize
Mark.
that they had
Denise
only
Mark
2
on Facebook.
places?
Y'all, if y'all check her out, Denise Mark on Facebook. She streams all the 49er games on Facebook live. She I threw a little bit to her, gratuity, benevolence, whatever y'all had. You bless people who bless
You
you.
should be careful about that
Denise
because
Mark.
our matron got in trouble for doing that a couple of years ago, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone because Facebook cracks down on that crap. But my point was
everybody who likes
that
the 49ers, check out Denise Mark, man. She's beautiful.
That's right. That's right. Go ahead, Teradome.
my point was though, you watched the TV copy because not everyone saw the TV copy.
Mm-hmm.
They had like 2 sections all night that they kept showing the Ram fans, so they had a Ram reaction, and in only one shot was there like 5 Ram fans together, and they
No.
did their very best to block out the red that was surrounding that one little bubble of Ram fans.
Red out.
Like every year, we have to hear constantly about the year where Kelly Stafford was so desperate for her husband that her and Melissa Whitworth had to
They bought
beg,
the tickets.
beg not to let anyone outside of the LA area code to buy tickets.
They bought
And Joe Staley
so Niner fans
went
couldn't get 'em.
out on Twitter at the time and said, "Okay, you want to do this? I'll go. I'll go buy the tickets for the
That's
Niner
right.
fans,
That's
and
right.
I'll ensure that our fan base can represent." So at the end of the day, God bless, they had their NFC championship, but what else have they had?
We own you.
This is a fan base who said "fuck the picks," the "f them picks." That was their great slogan for how long, and it's biting them in the ass. And now Puka and Tutu, congratulations, you had 2 great weeks. Tell me what they do for an entire year, because as much as you all maybe have never really appreciated Brandon Ayuk, I can name at least 7 receivers over the Shanahan era that have stuck it to the Rams that y'all have never given it any respect to.
And forget how much they stuck it to him, right? Y'all can have Tutu, y'all can have Nakua. How many touchdowns do they account for? How many points are they actually getting? Y'all can sit here and get all the empty yards you want, but when it's all said and done, they can't find the end zone. Those motherfuckers couldn't find the end zone if it had a basset hound on their team. Like they can't miss the end zone.
Come on, Mike. Hit that.
He's
hey,
not wrong though.
Hey, Teradome, hit that bell one more time, bruh.
Mike,
Yeah.
you're wise enough to remember when they used to come at us saying that Tyler Higbee was better than George Kittle. They should try to give us that nonsense last year.
Y'all high.
Before Stafford got hurt.
Y'all high.
Come on now. JP Hellahard has the next super chat here with a 490. I see what he did here, man. This was not
nice.
This was not an attempt to be cheap here. This was 490 for the 49ers win. He says sloppy game with penalties, but 9 in a row. 9 a gang, baby.
Man,
Come on
that
now.
bang, bang, 9 a
Come
gang.
on now.
And you know what? Like, look, we can shit on like a whole bunch of things that's going on right now. But Niner fans, we are 2-0 right now, baby. Not everything is perfect. Your household that you're living in right now is not perfect. My household ain't perfect, but we try to make it better. That's what the Niners is doing right now, bro. Look at the years passed on to where we at right now. We're 2-0, baby. We're moving fast. Okay. We're moving fast, baby. We about to smack these giants in the head because we do good. Let's keep it pushing. Like, look, I know we're plagued with the like Niners, the Niners, this, that, and the other. Look, bro, we're doing good right now, bro. Come on. Let's put the faith in there. If you're a faithful, be a faithful through the ups and the downs, baby boy. Come on, we got this, bro. Through the ups and the downs, we're good. We're going to be smacking these teams all across the board, bro, regardless. And I guarantee you this right here. If we do have a loss, it ain't going to be no 30-0. It ain't going to be nothing like that. It's going to be a close ass game.
Yeah.
It's going to be a close one. And just look at that.
I got a kicker that can kick 60. Remember that.
Come on now.
Remember that.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I was about to do a backflip right now, but I'm about to hit that mark right there, bro.
we read your message earlier on the game. We're gonna keep it moving here. Game ball to everybody. This was a team win. I absolutely agree with that, man. Offense, defense. My concern still remains special teams, man. I just don't like what we have there in Schneider, but it is what it is. The special teams weren't asked to do a lot, but they did cost us some field position. We saw the kickoff once they pulled Mitch Wisnowski from the opening kickoffs. They gave it to Moody. Moody kicked one out of bounds. I want to clean that kind of stuff up.
Moody can't kick. He kicked 60-yarders. How come he can't kick down the straight?
Bro,
that's real business.
That shit went out of bounds at like the 29-yard line. I don't know what he was doing. I have no idea what Moody was aiming for, what he was trying to do, but it is what it is. But I will say this: he stayed in there and got it right afterwards. So shout out to Moody. Maybe it was just something that came off the foot the wrong way. Maybe the laces were in. I don't know. But we worked it out, man. So shout out to you, game ball to the whole team. I'm not mad at that.
Yes,
this next
sir.
one here is from Diamond Dog Sports. They say Joe Montana never played from behind. This goes back to what we were saying about seeing Brock Purdy have to come back from 2 scores behind. And my response was no. Fuck that. Why?
You don't want to do that. But
why would you?
And to check the record he wrecked, born off of some intellect, we were behind on the road New Year's Day 2023 with the Las Vegas Raiders, and we were down 10 points. Brock Purdy did come back. Just keep that in your feather.
Yeah, and that'll be my staple right there. Like I don't want to see any more than that. I don't want to see it. There's no need. I'm not going to sit here and hope for a failure test. I don't want to see that. Oh, how can you handle the pressure? Like, no, let's stay close in every one of these games.
And that's the part too, Mike. Like that, like we're not looking for no failure test. But like how I said earlier, bro, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but there was something that I saw, and I'm talking to my Niners as being a Niner fan. Like I saw something as he was walking out the field, bro. Like he was like really how we say out here in San Bernardino is like you east side checking yourself. Like you're checking yourself.
Word
you either gonna wreck yourself or you're gonna check yourself. You know what I'm saying? That's what I saw, bro. So it's like if you got that in a young man, bro, it's like you can't teach that. He already has it in him. Just let him go through it as it's going on in the game type deal. You feel me? And bro, I see it now, bro. I didn't see it back in the day. You feel me? Because I was on the Trey Lance wagon. You feel me? But like, bro, look, it's what's on front of the jersey. Trey Lance is in the past. You feel me? I hope Cuz does good and all that, whatever. But Brock is, bro. He has it, bro. Like I finally see it. I see it. You feel me? I see it, bro. And Mike, I know you got something to say on top of that, but what I saw when he was walking off, I was like, yeah, that boy got it, bro. Like
he got dog in him.
I'm a father myself. There's things I can teach my kids, but if I see my kid do something to where I think they need learning on, and they told me that I don't need learning on that because they did what they did, and I saw it. Yeah, okay. I'll teach you on something else later on down the line. But right now, you got that part. You feel what I'm saying?
Come on, bro. Come on,
real
man.
Business.
Yeah.
That's real rap right there, man.
Real business.
That's it, brother. That's what I'm.
Mike, we need your jersey.
What'd you say?
Panache. Let's go. I said, I need your jersey panache. Let's go.
Like and that's the breakdown that we're talking about, right? Like it really comes down to one of two things. Is your team good enough where they never have to play from behind?
Right.
Or if they're playing from behind, is your team having a bad night?
Yep.
The Niners qualify
Mike,
for both.
For
We
both.
qualify for both. Nobody expecting Niners to be playing from behind. But if we do, we didn't win the coin toss, and the opposing team opened the game on offense. And if we lose the coin toss and the opening team starts on offense, our defense just didn't happen to get a stop. It takes a lot for the Niners to be playing from behind.
Mike, I
And
don't want to cut
nobody
you
was-
off, bro. I don't want to cut, but I guess
No,
I'm
go
doing
ahead,
it.
bro.
But did you see when they brought the whole line in on Brock Purdy and he just threw it to the ground? Did you see that one?
His throwaways are beautiful.
But no, but I'm just saying though, it looked like he was like, oh, I don't know where to go. That when I saw that, I was like, oh damn, I didn't see that from Brock Purdy before. They just brought the house on him, bro. They brought the house on him.
That. He did that against like Miami. That's the first time I saw it.
No, I'm talking about in the Rams game tonight.
I know, but I saw it last year. That's why I've been so enamored with the kid. His throwaways that don't register in stats. It doesn't register as a
I know, but that's the part that I'm trying to say. Like, going to the opposing team and they're watching films. I'm like, they're going to bring the pressure on that. If he, let's just say that. Okay, you saw that in the Miami, and I saw that in the game today. That's the first time I saw it. Let's just say moving forward, teams watching the opposing team is watching that, and they're like, okay, we're bringing the pressure on them in certain manageable downs. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Can he handle that? I saw that. I try to overlook it because I'm like, damn, we're winning. You know what I'm saying? But
what he did versus Miami, they were running something called Zero Thunder. Zero Thunder means I don't have any safeties in the middle. I'm zero. I don't got one deep. I don't got two deep. I don't got three deep. I'm lining everybody up, and I'm gonna overload your offensive line. It usually works great against a rookie quarterback. It usually made Sam Darnold, who played for the Jets, when he was playing New England.
When he was seeing ghosts.
He was seeing ghosts.
Yeah.
It usually shuts a young man down, a young quarterback down.
Right.
But Brock Purdy was like, okay, I see what y'all doing. I just got to go to the sideline and tell a couple of people, I want you hot. I want you hot. And man, against Miami on that Zero Thunder, they had a defensive coordinator, Boyer. Boyer used to be with New England. They were dialing up everything against this kid that first game. And I seen him go sidearm and check that thing over to Kittle or hit him in the middle. And he waited until the very last minute and took that hit. I said, oh, shook it now.
Oh,
we got what the hell we need right now. And he's staring that thing down as a rookie.
Come on, baby.
You didn't know that Jimmy Garoppolo was going to get his foot cracked. You didn't know that Trey Lance had gotten killed with a daggone run up the middle week 2, and you was ready for this.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Pterodome?
Oh yeah. I know what I need.
I got a few things to back up you, if you don't mind.
Go ahead,
me
baby.
Interrupting.
Please.
Okay, first, everyone who's freaking out about our defense right now, and says that they're upset that Books is bust, whatever. Most of you, if we're honest with ourselves, are the same people who have said, we're not sold on Brock Purdy yet because we need to see him come from behind, or we need him to be losing some games to see how he reacts to it. So in those scenarios, you're kind of hoping your team is losing for the exact same reason why you're mad at them right now. That's one thing.
Yeah.
Second thing, and I didn't mention the Raiders game on purpose earlier, was because some of these quarterbacks, and maybe it's just me because I love the NFL in general, but some of these quarterbacks act different when it's their team. Okay, they play one way when it's someone else's team and they're just filling in, and then they play a whole nother way when it's just them by themselves. And so that's why I mentioned Shay exclusively and didn't bring up the Raiders game, because back then, even though he was on a roll, remember how everyone kept saying, oh, I can't wait till Jimmy comes back. Jimmy's going to take over in the playoffs and he's going to get us to the Super Bowl. Like, that was the big narrative. Oh, Trey's going to be back and he's going to be better than ever, whether you were a fan or a Trey believer or whatever. Those things are different now. Those things are not there. There's no more shadow. We have an undisputed QB1 right now. And the fact that he didn't let that moment, especially against division, get to him, deserves applause. He had a bad day, but he did not shake. And I hate to break this to you all, because all you think that Sam Darnold's going to be the same way, because he's never had it anywhere else he went. This guy has exclusively proven whenever the ball is put in his hands, this guy will play hero ball, he'll play a reckless ball, he will be sloppier than what's his name, Zach Wilson, Brett Favre, or any of the great gunslingers that anyone's ever seen in this league.
Gunslinger.
Okay?
In her bag right now, y'all.
And he always tries to force too much under the moment to make up for his bad decisions. One thing I've appreciated from Brock Purdy from day one, this guy, as bad as things can be, and they haven't really been that bad, has never gone overboard and tried to make up too much and gotten us in a bigger ditch. So for everyone who had an issue with Trey Lance because he had his slow starts and guys weren't there and he never really got a fair shake, and that's all justifiable, and you have every right to be pointing that out. Trey would try to make too much happen. I can see that now that he's not here and my emotions aren't in it anymore. But Trey used to be a little too much like Jimmy, and he used to be a little too much like Josh Allen, and he used to be a little too much like Joe Burrow, where that first round pedigree, that being traded up for a thing would get in his head, and he would try to do
that whole label on him.
Everyone wrong. They would try as much as they say they don't listen to the media, they don't listen to the fans. It would get to them, and they would get way into their heads, and they play sloppy, trying to be too much. And the one thing I appreciate about Brock Purdy more than anything else, that's never been an issue. And we should all be thankful that it has not been an issue and probably will never be an issue.
Tell him how you feel.
This guy has his head on straight. This guy came out and he kept his promise to Kittle. He wore the mascot helmet. He took it in good, clean fun. He also called out, by the way, George Kittle last year when he stole Ray Ray's touchdown. Like, this is not a normal person, so he might not be your
he's not the
ideal.
He's not cut out of Hollywood looking like this is central casting, and your quarterback has got to be a first round pick, 6'4", big arm, championship chest, bulging biceps, and all of it. He just do it. His mundane day-to-day was a 107.8 passer rating, 68%, 17 of 25, 1 touchdown, no interceptions, ran one in. That's just what he do. He just give me what he got. That's all I need.
I hate to break this to everybody, but everyone, I don't care who you are, whether you're a Niner fan or not, one of our favorite players of all time is Jerry Rice. And the one thing I always remember about Jerry Rice, no matter who talks about it, is that he had an abysmal 40 run, but he had game speed and he had the freaking capabilities on the field that nobody else could come close to. And this is what this team is made of. They don't have to have all the flashy all pros, Pro Bowls, 40 times, hands, metrics, whatever. They get shit done. And at the end of the day, isn't that what we've been on this whole Shanahan ride begging for? Whether it was the revenge tour, the quest for 6, any other kind of freaking acronym that we've come up with since we went back.
You're on to something, baby girl. Come on. Come on.
Let's be honest. This is what we have been begging for. We have been begging for having one true quarterback. No more of those years where we're up against Kelsey because Kelsey has had Mahomes, and he's only had Mahomes or really Alex Smith aside from a few games. This is the whole reason why we said George Kittle can't ever be on that level, because he's never had that guy to get that kind of production with, or that kind of camaraderie with, or that kind of guy that knows where he's going and he knows where the quarterback's going. This is why we said that it's never going to add up no matter how talented George Kittle was. And by the way, I've never seen Travis Kelce have 210 yards in one half of football. By the way, he almost broke Shannon Sharp's record against Shannon Sharp's team with Nick freaking Mullins. Okay? So You don't gotta be a Purdy believer. You don't gotta be Terror Dome. You don't gotta be Niner sickness. You don't gotta be a believer. That's all cool and all. But guess what? This is what every one of us has been praying for. 2019 was the only year we've had one single quarterback. One year.
One.
Okay? So let's just chill and appreciate what the fuck we have. We have stability for the first time.
Come on.
All I've been asking.
And you know what? That's and hey, she touched bases on a lot of things, bro. I gotta stab out. I gotta go to work at 12 o'clock. But hey, what you were saying, especially about Jerry Rice. Does anybody remember when Jerry Rice first came to the 49ers? He was dropping everything. Hey, he was dropping everything, bro. He was dropping every. But what did he do? What did he do?
Policed himself up.
Hold on. Who he became?
Yes.
Like I remember when I was playing flag football and sideline pop in the streets, bro, in San Bernardino, bro. Every time the ball was in my way, I said Jerry Rice. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the part that I'm saying. That when Brock was walking off the side, bro, and he checked himself off that overthrow to Debo, I saw that same passion, bro, as I saw in Jerry Rice, bro. Like it's something about it. It's something about the Von Schway, the Von Schway. You know what I'm saying? It's something about that.
The Von Schway.
The Von Schway. You know what I'm saying? It's something about it's something about that right there, that smell. You can smell it to the TV. It's something, bro. You know what I'm saying? I smelled it before I saw it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh yeah, hold on, bro. Hey, bro, we might got something, bro. Like you put all the numbers aside, when you see the integrity in that young man's face, bro, I was like, okay, bro, we got something, bro. We got
remind
something.
me of these officers we got down at Fort Bragg and some of those Marine officers I've been with at Camp Lejeune, at Camp Pendleton. Him and Christian McCaffrey, man. They come in from Annapolis, they come in from West Point, they come in from VMI, they come in from the Citadel. They just look like lieutenants who are gonna defer to the NCOs who really run the Army.
Hey, turn on. Right when you said lieutenant, I start thinking about Forrest Gump, Lieutenant Dan. Hey, look how Forrest Gump was in the movie. He was successful. Everybody, he was stupid. You know what I'm saying?
Lieutenants make the best captains. The best captains make the best majors. The best majors will become colonels, and then they'll be your generals one day.
Man, I was running.
They just got it. You know it when you see it.
I have one little
Go ahead, turn on.
Quick rebuttal. I have one little quick rebuttal. While Mike was saying he didn't want Brock to be out there tomorrow or throwing 400 passes between now and Thursday because we play the Giants so soon. Can we remember for a second how this is a guy who go right after the Super Bowl, day after the Super Bowl, while everybody else is kind of like packing up their lockers or out celebrating. He be on the field running drills, running the game over again in his head. This is a guy who fought with Deion Sanders for years, saying that this guy could not relax, could not sit back, could not just appreciate the good. He always had to keep building. This is a guy who brought Peyton Manning the first year he went on the stupid ESPN Plus show and was still running up that hill. Like, these are the kind of guys that we've been desperate for. We've been desperate for a Ronnie Lott who's going to cut off his finger in the middle of the game and keep playing. Like, so at the end of the day, this should be appreciated.
They different.
And we got this.
They ain't the regular folks who just gonna rest. It's two type of players, and I wanted to get to the NFL so bad as a player. It's two type of players, man. It's those who enjoy the trappings of being in the NFL, those who get drafted, those who will fall in love with the things that it provides, the women, the attraction, the money, and all of this. But it's some man who are really in love with how can I get better today? How can I get 1% better? What can I do? I just love guys who grind it out and will go to any lengths. If you got the means, go through a cryogenic freezing to get your body back. Run up a hill 2.5 miles high on an incline of 30 or 40% under 15 minutes daily. Just to know I'm gonna get you in the fourth quarter in September, and you started running that in February. It's some guys just different. Walter Payton was like that. Roger Craig was like that. Jerry Rice was like that. Tom Brady is just obsessed with trying to get a little bit better. They just do. And they might not have been born. We've had some of the greatest receivers to ever play this game. 1, 2, and 3 have played for the San Francisco 49ers. Some were born with incredible accolades and they could roll out. Randy Moss could roll out of bed and run a 4.29. He was 6'4". He had a 40-inch vertical. T.O. looks like he was cut out of granite. And we got Jerry Rice, who 6'2", 190, 195. But a grinder. Somebody who get down and get it and put that work in. The great Vince Lombardi once said, the only time you see success before work is in the dictionary. You got to put in this work.
Hey,
you got
and
to
that man Jerry Rice was catching bricks too before the NFL.
That's a hell of a quote.
He was catching bricks, bro.
However, you got to get it done.
That's why I think that when he got in the NFL, the balls was too light for him. He was like, "Oh, these ain't bricks. These ain't bricks."
I grab that thing like
real business. He was like, "Oh, these ain't bricks. Oh. All right. Oh, give me some time. I get it.
Shout out Leslie Klinger. Leslie know what I'm talking about. Leslie, you know we there.
We have to get to the rest of the super chats here, man. We got C. McCarver Jr. He says, "What up, fam? Great win over the lost Angeles Rams. Make sure you put that P in there, man.
I'm taking that. I'm taking that, C. McCarver.
Come on, man.
The
Those lost Angeles Rams.
I'm about to get that tatted on my forehead.
There you go. Come on, man. Sean says here, "What's up, Purdy? Will hit the deep. Why? Because that's who he is. He works on what he's not good at. Some things." With Bosa, he ended the year in a slump, brought it into this year. Wilkes sucks. He gave us a lot to talk about here, man.
Sean always has to do that, though, Tara.
Yeah, man. He going hard, though. He going hard.
He's
Sean,
my dude.
See, Sean tries to get the most out of his super chats.
Good man of God. He's a good man of God. I love him.
He puts the most in the super chats here. Let's talk about
we
talked about Purdy
respectfully.
and hitting the deep. So I don't want to start on that, but let's talk about the rest of this here. Something's up with Bosa. He ended the year in a slump and brought it into this year. Do you guys think Nick Bosa fell off towards the end of the year, and is that what we're seeing carry over into the 2023 season? Because I do see what he's talking about. Nick Bosa was kind of invisible down the stretch. What do you guys think?
He ain't wrong, bro.
Nick Bosa, I think, went too hard the previous 2 years at the beginning of the year and be burnt up by the end of the year. Do you remember in the Cowboys game in Dallas how him and Fred Warner both had to check out? And it was because they had the rib injuries or they had some other ticky-tacky injuries because they were going so hard all year long that when playoffs came, they were unavailable because they were going so hard all year long. And Nick Bosa was even worse last year because if you think about it, all year long after TJ Watt won Defensive Player of the Year, he kept telling everybody in every press conference he was at the bare minimum going to tie Alden Smith's sack record, if not tie or break the Shanahan Watt record.
That's what he was aiming
for. That was his goal.
Yeah.
So maybe there's something going on. Maybe he really didn't heal up right. Maybe he really did burn himself out the last 2 years too much. But I also remember when Fred Warner signed his deal, we all got all up in our feels that we overpaid for a linebacker who started disappearing and started getting sloppy, and he turned it around. And no offense, but I'd much rather have Nick Bosa be electric down the line for playoffs than have him be killing a bunch of useless teams in the beginning of the season that no
In
one's
the
going to
beginning
remember
of the yes,
down the hall. So
yes.
Feeling that. I'm
yes, right
feeling
now
that.
he's not getting sacks, but I don't think it's cause for concern at this moment.
And
The long
and I
scheme of
just
things.
want to fall off what you was gonna say, because like you didn't take all the words out of my mouth, because you said it like said it in the way you said it in the way I was like, damn, she over speaking me. But no, real business though. Real business, like I'm with you. You feel me? Like, I'm with you on that. But here's the part though. You're getting paid. Don't be like these other paid players that just wash out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
That's what's
do like take that money, grab it, and show up to work.
Yeah.
Show up to work.
Show you
Do
worth
what you're
it.
getting paid for.
Show up to work and show you're worth it.
Yeah. But I'm not expecting it. I'm not expecting it right now, because he did not play in the all season. He was in a training camp or none. You know what I'm saying?
And here's how I know that it's also not a concern. I don't know if you guys saw on X, but to begin the game, they were showing Bosa walking up and down the sidelines, which he usually does before a game. You saw who was with him? Javon Kinlaw. And now that he's back, he's taking Javon Kinlaw right back under his wing. He's helping out his teammate. And let's be honest, we all were calling whether it was unique or was it Brian Burns or whoever. We were all begging that now we had this room. We were going to trade for another defensive end because Jake Jackson wasn't it. And Jake Jackson got 3 sacks, and he came up again big today. And it wasn't as electric as the Steelers game, but it was still there. And we just paid a shitload of money for Javon Hargrave. Like, if Bosa was really being what you want him to be, which is like this dominant, right back at it, grinder, getting all the sacks, all the pressures, all the attention, then we'd all be pissed off about the other 4 guys not living up to his standard.
Right.
We'd all be pissed off that these other guys got the money and they're not showing up.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, a true leader knows when it's his moment to shine and knows when it's not his moment to shine. And
that's why I said the team ball goes to the team. You know, the ball goes, like, the game ball goes to the whole team.
Profound.
Like, you feel what I'm saying? Like, and that whole part is like, we don't need Bosa. As a Niner fan, you want to see Bosa get like 1,000 sacks every game.
Yeah.
Like, we want to see that. But like, seeing what it is as a team sport, you got Javon Hargrave right there. You got everybody else just backing them up, to where, like, last season, to where we seen Bosa in that Eagles game. Look, he was gassing for error. Everybody saw that. He was gassing. He was breathing. But now we got so much to press that line to where he can, like, chillax for a minute and be that Bosa when we need him to be. And then we got we got everybody else to be who they need to be in certain times. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? We ain't just gotta have Bosa rushing that line, doing this and doing that. Because Bosa, real business, he's doing what Armstead does all the time. It's like, we don't see a lot of stuff that Armstead does, because it's not number wise, but he affects the game. He impacts the game. Bosa impacted that game today. He put a lot of pressure today, and that may not count, because we always want to see Bosa, get the sacks. We want to see that 97 on top of a quarterback. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? We want to see that.
All right. And it's got to be a way to articulate or to give credence or quantify the fact of a person demanding a double team.
Right.
And holding his own. We it's no real stat for that. All we know
there's no
is
stats.
How many tackles did you have? How many sacks? But the guy that demands a double team, the guy that gets holdings, the guy that a team prepares for on Tuesday.
How was Shanahan going into the locker room after he sees tape and going into the film room? You know what I'm saying? Like Shanahan's like, yeah, you did that. You did that. That's why you're on the team.
Back in the day, Lawrence Taylor was a Tuesday. Lawrence Taylor and Deion Sanders were Tuesday guys. Tuesday is the day you implement your game plan.
Right.
And for a team to look on that chalkboard and tell their starting quarterback with all their starting centers and first round guards and second round whomever, look, if you see 56 on this side, circle it. We're not going here. We're going over there. If you see 21 over there, you go over there. You can't monetize.
I do have one little. I have one little all-time comeback for this though. Can we all just agree? Last year, while Nick Bosa was getting all the hype over Myles Garrett and Micah Parsons, everybody else felt like should be Defensive Player of the Year. They were also starting to throw those ridiculous penalties for any of his sacks. So they were trying to keep his numbers down.
Oh yeah,
they were saying he was being
Geno
way
Smith.
too freaking aggressive.
Yeah.
To the point where Bosa actually made fun of the refs by crawling over Geno Smith in a bare
Geno
freaking
Smith
crawl
though, when he
because we lost that pick six for Deommodore Lenoir because they said he slightly landed on Geno Smith.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, I much rather have Nick Bosa kind of start fading in the way and not be on everybody's lips, on not everybody's hit list for flags like Drake Greenlaw is right now whenever it comes to his hits. Because everybody's still pissed off about the Herbert incident last year, which was bullshit. So I'm cool with Bosa fading out into the darkness because I know at the end of the day, the one thing you can't take away from Bosa is that he loves the sport more than anything. He left his friends in high school and would go travel and beg his parents to let him go from Florida to Ohio State just to go not see his brother, but to go break down film with his brother's coach. Joey wasn't in there doing that. Nick Bosa, a high school student, was so determined to be the most elite player that he could be. He was going and begging his brother to go hang out with his coach, not hang out with his brother, and to study film. This is a guy who says he doesn't watch any other part of the field aside offensive alignment and defensive alignment to see how he can further push his own skill set.
And that's
Bosa will be Bosa.
That's what you want to see right there. That's what you want to hear.
Business.
That's real.
Yeah. Listen, guys, we got to wrap this up. I want to wrap this up before the 4-hour mark. We got about 3 minutes left. Sean Shepard has another super chat here. He says Thomas is so my Ambry Thomas is a bust. I'm sorry. Okay. He says maybe a good third string backup. Did Christian McCaffrey get hurt? Kyle is terrible at substitutions, an idiot actually. Saving 230 pounds backs for waiver wire instead of the game. Any thoughts on this, guys?
Oh, hey, let me say one thing. Just with banana hands. Hey, I love Shanahan, bro. Real business. I love him. I got love for him. I got love for, like I said earlier, my household ain't even perfect. So I know if I look out into the world, in the football world, and I look at everything and I want it to be perfect, I know that it's not going to be perfect. But with Shanahan, bro, to the dude that wrote that is like, man, just have patience. I've been having patience with Shanahan. I'll be bumping my head to the wall sometimes. But when he went for it on the fourth down, I said, oh, this is a different guy.
Got a little swag.
This is a different guy going into this year. So just look at that. Like, stop looking at the things that he did in the past. Look what he's trying to improve on himself. Every man needs to improve from his mistakes. If you know your mistakes, you learn from it. You put it to the forefront. You acknowledge it and you move forward. You try to do better. You see what I'm saying? And it's showing right now because we are 2-0. Right now, we are 2-0. That's it.
There you go. Sean has another one here. He says, Jim Neverett, if you are a quality fan, you might be named after one of your QBs that actually won. Phantom Sack King Jim laid down like a little girl in the NFC Championship against us. What a joke with no one near him. Talk about
Like a
sliding
girl.
to a sack.
Came
Sliding
for
into a
his
sack,
neck.
man.
He
My
came for
man
his
Sean is coming,
neck.
bringing
salute.
all the heat
Salute.
right there,
coming up,
man.
man. I'm
That's what I'm talking
have a
about,
little
man.
drink on that one,
Huh?
Sean.
Sean bringing all the heat right
Yeah,
there, man. And his
he
last one
said
here,
it what he
is
said.
at IMB fans at Jim Neverett. Remember John Taylor laughing my ass
off.
John
Listen,
Taylor,
guys,
man,
we
he
got to wrap
busted
this up
up,
here. We're going to get out of here, guys. I want to thank you all for rocking with us. We appreciate you all.
You, Mike.
Whoa,
You guys
before
have
we
been
do the whole,
plus
before we
all
do the
night
sign
long.
off, Mike, you did miss something when you were gone that I have to point out before I forget it, because shit has been really bad for me, so I will forget this. Terradome asked us, as the two New Jersey fans and with Giant fans as fathers, if we could help him either on his podcast this week or behind the scenes on what to expect from the Giants. So I just wanted to remind, or tell you that because like I said, I will forget. Just today has not been my day. So
What to expect from the Giants? Is that what you said?
Yeah, because y'all
Yeah.
got such intimate knowledge. I know y'all dads love the Giants, and y'all got intimate knowledge. Check me out Thursday on Terradome, 10 o'clock. It is, well, y'all on the East Coast. It's 10 o'clock East Coast time. I'll get off work, put my thumbnail together. I would love to have you two on, man. We're gonna break down Giant stuff. I'll probably have their all 22s, a couple clips from their all 22s this year. Who did they play? Phoenix?
they play the Cowboys and they play the Cardinals.
Okay. Yeah, we'll look at their film a little bit, and y'all can give me a little bit of background on,
Hey,
who
you let me
who's
know
your
what
dad
show you
like?
want me on, and I will be there to break it all down with you, man.
I love you, man.
I got your back, brother. I got your back.
I
But guys, we got to get up out of here, man. I want to thank everybody for checking us out. Y'all have been phenomenal. We have been all a lot of fun, a lot of laughs. And guys, the Niners are going to continue to get better. That is the main takeaway here. We are sitting here 8 games into Brock Purdy's young NFL career, and he's undefeated, man. In games that he finishes, and I don't expect anything to change. The Niners are averaging over 30 points a game with the young Brock Purdy under center. Kyle Shanahan has his guy that he trusts. The offense is too stacked, the defense is too stacked, and the rest of the NFL is too whack. We coming for that ass, y'all. We're gonna see y'all on the other side.
Joe Budden.
Glory, anticipate pain, but always.
Hey, Miggity Mike. Before we stab out like OJ, can I say a prayer real quick?
Oh, please.
Is that cool?
Yes.
Go ahead, bro.
Can we leave out with a prayer?
You got it.
All right, brother. If we could bow your heads. Dear God Most High, in the name of Jesus Christ, we come to you, Father, to all that who are listening. Throughout the ups and downs, we know to trust in you. And if we do not know what to trust in, may you come into our lives as we accept you. And how do we accept you? We accept you through the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. We thank you for the content of Brother Mike, Terradome. We thank you for all this, how you allow us to come together. May we know you throughout everything that we do. Whatever it is that we're going through, may we know that you are guiding us and leading us and guiding us to the new kingdom that you are preparing for us. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, we praise in Jesus' name. Amen.
Oh.
Amen.
We all gas, no brakes, pumped up, no fakes. We spinning, we winning, we high stakes. We never miss, we all makes. Look at us dudes trying to prove, bringing you news with nothing to lose. Mike, Nick, Tony, Wayne, Method Man, we bring the pain. Hey, see, I'ma confess it. We under the pressure. If you looking to find us, we them nothing but niners.